Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the council meeting of the 14th. Oh no, that was 14th of March. Yes, but it says 14th of February on my agenda paper. I was like, are we repeating Valentine's Day at another council meeting? No, 14th of March 2023. I'd like to welcome you all to the council meeting this evening, and I'd like to start by acknowledging that we meet on the lands of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation and pay our respects to elders past and present. I was just clarifying with the CEO who we have as apologies or members on leave of absence. So Councillor Suzanne Warner is actually on leave, although she did attend the council briefing. So she's on leave due to medical reasons, and Councillor Dan Loden will be joining us shortly. So we will go to public question time and receiving of public statements. Normally, members of the public, I would just invite this in a whoever comes first approach, but have discussed with the CEO that we do have some pressing items this evening. When we dealt with the AGME at the last year's meeting, it was a lengthy meeting. So I just wanted to go to those members of the public that might be here to talk to development applications, given that they are time sensitive. So if anyone is here in relation to items 9.1, 9.2 or 9.3, could you just indicate? Would you like to come forward first? Yep, thank you.
So just clarifying, I'm speaking on 9.3. Okay. Good evening.
And so just for those who haven't attended, we do just ask that you state your name, the suburb in which you reside, and we do time to 3 minutes.
Sure. Thank you very much. My name is Libby Jardine and I reside in the city of Bayswater. So I do not reside in the city of Vincent, and I'm a public health professional working in cancer prevention and tobacco control. I wish to briefly address council today on the application in respect of a proposed change of use from eating house to restaurant cafe and unlisted use shisha bar. The application is in respect of number 209 Oxford Street, Leederville, addendum item 9.3. I support the officer recommendation set out in the council briefing agenda of the 7th of March 2023, item 5.3, that council refuses the application for change of use from eating house to restaurant cafe and unlisted use shisha bar and associated alterations and additions. I am concerned about the proposal due to the significant health risks of shisha smoking, both on the individual smoking and on bystanders and others exposed to secondhand smoke. The proposal also risks renormalising tobacco use, is detrimental to the amenity of the area, has a detrimental social impact and impact on the community, and undermines the intent of state and local government policy and plans in respect of smoking and tobacco use. I wish to support refusal on the following planning grounds, consistent with the reasons given by the officer in the council briefing agenda. The proposal would detrimentally impact on the amenity of the surrounding area by the drift of toxic emissions from shisha smoking, posing a significant health risk. In this regard, water pipe or shisha smoking emissions can harm non-smokers in the same way secondhand cigarette smoking does. There is no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke, as all exposure carries risk. I agree with the officer report, which states that the proposal has not demonstrated that the risk of emissions could be appropriately mitigated, and in considering matters under Clause 67.2 of Schedule 2, there would be an undue amenity impact and the proposal would not be compatible with its setting, and further, the application is not consistent with the intent, location requirements and the operating hour requirements set out in the City of Vincent's local planning policy, restricted premises smoking. For the above reasons, I respectfully urge the City of Vincent to exercise its discretionary power to refuse the application. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your consideration of this matter.
Thank you very much, Lizzie. Is there anyone here on item 9.3 or also on item 9.1 or 9.2? 9.1, yes, please come forward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't prepared to speak this evening because I was under the impression that all the discussions were held last week and that we wouldn't be allowed to speak again this week. So I'm really unprepared, and I apologise for that.
That's okay. I know that we know who you are, but just for the record, if you could just state your name.
Philip Peroni.
And your suburb.
One Palmerston
Thank
Street.
you very much.
You all obviously all heard the proposition that was presented to you from Joshua Comedy last week, and where the proposed development, he highlighted again how substantially it overshadowed the adjoining properties by 70 to 92% of the area. And so what I really like to point out, because I wasn't prepared, is that in response to our submission, the only thing that I can remember that was mentioned last week, was the mere fact that the trees were there, that the shadow was already there, but it was not pointed out whether there was going to be any changes whatsoever. As a matter of fact, the only thing that he was concerned about was the fact that it has taken a long time for you to make the decision. And that's your right to do that. If you're not happy, if someone presents something that doesn't meet the criteria of the R codes according to the way that they should be. But at the risk of boring you, I'll tell you a little story that happened to me when I was attending an aria that someone was singing in an opera. And at the end of that, the people started clapping, and they clapped and he sang again. They then clapped again and he sang again and again. Now, the only thing that I would like to say here, that what disturbed me more than anything else by the developer, is that he made it very, very clear that he was not interested in making any amendments whatsoever. Now, in my humble opinion, no one has got the right, except the council, to make a decision whether amendments have to be made or not. You decide on that. And as far as I like to say, because I wasn't prepared, is that like that fellow in the audience when he was listening to the opera, I respectfully ask that you consider deferring this once again until such time that the amendments are made again and again and again until they get it right. You decide, and that's basically something that you have to consider the poor people next door and myself, with 90%, up to 90% of the property is going to be overshadowed. And the tenants have got to believe in a property when 5 or 6 months of the year, they have to have their lights on because they can't even see what they're doing inside, nor enjoying the outdoor that we all love to do and sitting in our backyard. So think hard and long, and please give it your honest opinion whether you would like to live in that condition. And as I said, he's got to do it again and again and again until he gets right. And that's your right to do that, to protect people like myself and other people in future. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you jumping up and doing that unprepared.
Thank you.
Nick, so I don't believe we've got anyone here on 9.2. Anyone else on the planning items? Peter Merger, come forward.
Good evening, Mayor Cole, councillors. Peter Merger from Urbanista Town Planning, 231 Bull Street in Perth, speaking in support of item 9.1 on the agenda for the 3-storey group dwelling at 109 Palmerston Street in Perth. At the ordinary council meeting in November 2022, council considered the application and resolved to defer its decision to provide the applicant with the opportunity to address a list of concerns which were presented in the report, like a list of reasons to refuse the development. Concerns were raised about building setbacks, height, overshadowing, and the compatibility of the development with neighbouring properties and its impact on the amenity of the area. In response to the list of issues, the plans were amended, most notably by increasing the street setback by 600 millimetres. To address overshadowing, we did consider several options. We looked at lowering the development by reducing the floor levels, but that idea was abandoned after technical advice determined that it would impact the roots of the protected fig tree located adjacent to our property in Robertson Park. Previously, we had also considered flipping the design so the common driveway was located along the southern boundary. This would have reduced overshadowing significantly. However, that idea also had to be abandoned after being advised to provide a sufficient setback to the tree to protect its health. So we have a unique situation whereby not only does the tree currently overshadow the adjoining property to our south more than our development does, but it also affects our ability to redesign the building and provide a more compliant development with respect to overshadowing. Put simply, to refuse this application because it does not comply with overshadowing is unfair. We have looked at ways of trying to address the issue, but we are compromised because of the tree and the location of it. Concerns about the compatibility of our design and its impact on amenity and neighbouring properties and the streetscape seem to have been made in complete disregard of the opinion of the city's appointed panel of professional architects, who have reviewed the design on 4 occasions and awarded it a score of 9 out of 10. Palmerston Street and the area around Robertson Park and Hyde Park contains some of the most diverse built form in the city of Vincent. Residential dwellings of all types, heights, commercial buildings, offices, coffee shops, laneway development is what makes the area such a highly desirable and attractive place to live and visit. A 3-storey 4-unit architecturally commended design, such as ours, is a positive response to the environment that it is set in. It will enhance the streetscape and contribute to the character of the area. And I hope Council sees fit to approve the application tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. Anyone else on planning items? Okay, thank you. I'll just open the floor to anyone now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dudley Meyer Highgate. I'm speaking on 2 items, 11.4, the mid-year budget review, and 12.4, the AGM motions. I want to speak about a couple of issues in the mid-year budget review, but before I do that, I want to take council to attachment 6. You'll see that the original budget for the interim rates was $300,000, yet at the end of January, $492,000 was recovered. Yet the staff are just saying that the revised budget is $370,000. Interim rates don't reduce over time. So it's just a bad look. This $120,000 discrepancy is a bad look, which brings me to the $1 million mistake at the beginning of the year. The reasoning provided is that there was a favourable operating result and there were accrual and prepaid adjustments. The reality is that there was actually a shortfall of about $1.6 million in materials and contracts, which was offset by other variations. The CFO has said that they monitored figures at the end of June. So assuming that the $1.6 million was there at the end of June, but was subsequently removed, the question then becomes, where did it go? Normally, you would assume that it may appear in the July figures, but if you look at the July figures and subsequent months, there's no significant variation. So I'm not going to guess where it went, but it's something for the audit committee to look at to make sure it doesn't happen again, because there's a risk for ratepayers that we'll actually be paying more than is required in future if it's not corrected. It's also proposed to put $1.5 million in an underground power reserve. The CFO has suggested that it's is made up of increased parking revenue and increased interest payments. Another way to look at it is that most of that money is made up of the $1 million mistake from the beginning of the year. It's money from ratepayers and therefore should be going to reducing the rates unless you can justify another use for it. Putting it in the reserve is premature, given that you haven't developed an approved model yet, and more importantly, you haven't asked the community if they're prepared to pay up front. The Highgate East community was asked very early in the picture if they wanted to pay up front. Initial indications didn't vary much from the final decision but individuals made, and about 48% of the people paid up front. You also got to understand that a Highgate East area cost about $4,300 per property in today's terms. So you might actually see a higher uptake than 48% in the current environment. Before you take any more money from ratepayers under the smokescreen of funding underground power, you must publish the model and ask the community for an indication who will pay up front. That's very important. I note that the AGM minutes show that the Mayor is saying the model for funding underground power will be publicly available, and that's a good thing. Item 12 for the AGM motions. The 11th motion was about underground power, and the report says that longer payback periods in Highgate East were supported by all Vincent ratepayers, even though there was no direct benefit to the broader community. This is wrong. The owners in that area paid all costs as per the city's policy.
You have
number of
reached your
courts-
3 minutes, so if you could just make your concluding comments,
I'll-
please.
I will read one sentence from the minutes of the 8th of November 2011. It's the first line on the page. Issues of equity for property owners in Highgate East sub area who have made a contribution to the cost without subsidy from the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Dudley. Next speaker, please.
John Viscott, Chelmsford Road. I'd like to speak on Hyde Park, and at the briefing meeting last week, the council has supported my motion that I put forward at the electors meeting that a new conservation plan be commissioned. And I noticed
John,
that,
sorry, just for the record, that's
Sorry.
item 12.4, the electors' motions.
sorry, say that again.
12.4, the electors' motions, just for the record.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And I noticed that action number 27, it was stated, this was on the agenda last week, the city's open space strategy identifies the development of the Hyde Park master plan, which is scheduled for commencement in 2026. As follows, and prepare and implement a Hyde Park master plan. Prepare a long-term plan that considers a review or update of the conservation plan can be included in the above process, including seeking opportunities for funding. Now, considering that the conservation plan was done in 2003, and if you've read the conservation plan, it should have been revisited every 5 years, 10 years at the latest. If you wait till 2026, that's going to be over 20 years, and there are some major problems that are now occurring in the park. So considering that the update should have happened in 23, I encourage the council to give immediate attention to the preparation of a new document. And the Heritage Council will fund up to 80% of the cost of it, and you can get up to $16,000. That's very important to revisit that document. You have major problems with pests and diseases, commercial pressures in the park. So I urge councillors to consider amending and bringing the time frame back to at least 2022-23 funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Hello, Mari.
Mari Slyth, 89 Carr Street, West Perth. I just want to, item 12.4, and it's motion 4.13, and the first one, and there's a second item I need to address as well, but that's item 2 of that, motion 2. Following receipt of council administration's response to our request for protection of our Cleaver Precinct character area streets, Strathcona, Carr, Hammond and Florence streets, the impact when Bunnings does get operable will be to increase, we certainly will make increased rat running through our streets, because right now the rat running is getting worse and worse. Council hasn't done any research into this that I can find it anywhere. So this morning I took it upon myself to sit outside on my veranda, which faces the southern end of Florence Street, and count the number of cars going in each direction and coming from each direction. And so in half an hour between 8:15 and 8:45, I've just written down the number going from west to east along east to west along Carr Street. We had 35 vehicles travelling in one direction, and then from west to east we had 30 in the other direction. This is in half an hour in the morning, and this is just after peak hour, the main peak hour. And then we had going along, some of these turned into Strathcona Street. They came down Florence Street, at least 20 then came and then turned in from Florence Street into Carr Street. Then again they turned left into Strathcona Street to get down to Newcastle Street. That's the usual rat run. And then again an equal number came from the Cleaver Street side and then turned right into Strathcona Street, whichever direction they turned. And again, there was the same number of vehicles practically doing the same thing. And that's every morning they do that. But they keep increasing in number. And we've heard that council We haven't heard councillors considering taking any research to listen to what the ratepayers are saying about this, and we would appreciate if something is done. I haven't had any word from any councillors even looking at us to see where we have to suffer with this. And I just think we haven't explained, and we have already explained that 30-kilometre safety streets is supposed to stop the rat running. Well, it increases it somehow, and they go faster down Strathcona and Florence streets than they ever have. And the people there, and this number 1 Strathcona Street tells me the thumping and bumping over the hump outside their houses, and also number 2 is unbearable. And and they're going faster and faster to get to Newcastle Street. So since our carried areas we thought council was going to look after us while we have to suffer, we just hope now, we are greatly concerned the continuing delay in linking with the Pickle District. We now, that's what council said they're going to do, admin said they're going to do, that this gives frightening increase will get worse for us. And if they do that, we're going to have to wait forever. And once we said as Bunning is operable, it'll be too late for us. So we do trust council will not betray us on this and do look after us. And my other item is the one of removal of tree outside the property.
Mari, you've just run out of
I've got
time.
one sentence. to
One
go.
sentence would be fabulous.
Yep,
Thank you.
Okay. So we have not had the tree pruned, which the council keeps insisting we have had. It was done once, and that was when they put the people stuck the power pole in our front lawn. That's the only time. So that in all those years,
That's
it hasn't
quite a
been
long
pruned.
sentence, Mari, but we'll ask that question on your behalf about
you.
just following up on
What-
whether the
what are they
tree has
saying?
been pruned.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mari. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Ashley LaFontaine, North Perth. I'm speaking on agenda item 12.4. The 2.1% rate rise revenue will be used by the city to enable residents to have a deferred payback period and will be recouped and returned not to ratepayers, but to the city. Longer payback periods were also offered to ratepayers in the Highgate East Underground Power Project area back in 2007, but through a loan with an instalment interest charge of 7% per annum. Ratepayers of the previous project area are not financing the hard infrastructure, but why are they expected to finance a loan for others that they themselves were responsible for covering? I would like to know, how was this 2.1% rate rise calculated before a funding model for future underground power projects was created? It is yet to be released. What are we really paying for here? There should be no dual purpose. It lacks transparency and accountability. We as ratepayers have not been informed or consulted on what our rates will be spent on once they are recouped. Overcharge now and model the finances later is not in the best interest of ratepayers. And most concerningly, it does not encourage efficient management of capital budgets within the City of Vincent over the next decade. There has been no consideration for those residents of Highgate East who paid interest on a loan for longer payback periods, and no consideration for those struggling with the current cost of living. I urge you to support my motion and refund or credit ratepayers of the previous Highgate East Underground Power area their 2.1%. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Angie Cassian, Mount Lawley. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. We wholeheartedly support Ashley LaFontaine's of North Perth's item 12.4, refund of rates that was carried out at the AGM on the 2nd of February. If the as stated, if the 2.1 is to fund longer payback periods to Western Power for other upcoming underground power projects, I move that the ratepayers within the previous Highgate East underground power project be refunded or credited towards their rates next year. Administration responses appeared flawed and are based on information that has not been provided for the underground power project. There's no clear funding model options available to date, no total cost of project and budgeting costs for each allocated project area. Has item gone out to community for public consultation for expression of interest? No detailed proposed stages in the plan. And if surplus monies are not required for the underground power project, it's to be used for other areas, thereby creating a sinking fund for undisclosed projects. This demonstrates a lack of transparency. Highgate East project area residents, there was approximately 850 lots, had already paid for their underground power from October 2007 and were only offered two payment options, payment in full or payment in annual installments over a 5-year period, and were charged interest. The Highgate East project is part of the State Underground Power Program SUP. In a newsletter provided by the Town of Vincent in September 2006, provided the community with the detailed financial information at a cost of $7,516,759 prior to the commencement of the project. Funding was apportioned with Western Power and Office of Energy 25% each, and the Town of Vincent at the time 50%. There were additional costs to the Town of Vincent of $84,549 for powder coating of all new light poles and using metal halide lamps, which had environmental benefits. It is my understanding that the full cost to the town was recovered from the affected ratepayers, being the Highgate East project residents, and any surplus funds were then returned to those residents. It appears City of Vincent is double dipping by charging this amount twice to those residents of the Highgate East project that have already contributed to this scheme. Support the motion to refund or credit 2.1% to those residents that have already paid for the underground power project. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Just to clarify, I did send an email to some residents today, and Angie might have received that email. I'm not sure. I can provide that with you, but we did, in that email, I did refer to the fact that the city had loaned an amount of $843,000 to fund the Highgate East project back in 2006. It was actually 3.758 million. And at that time, the city did take out that loan and did have to fund the repayment of that loan. So just to clarify that in that situation, there was financing of a loan for the City of Vincent to allow that payback period. And that is what we're seeking to do with the next range of underground power projects. So happy to provide that email to you if you would like to leave your email address, and I can update that in relation to the amount borrowed back in 2006. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and elected members. My name is Caroline Cohen, and I live in Gardner Street in East Perth, and I'm part of the Highgate East area, Banks Precinct. So I would like to support the motion that was passed at your council briefing of the 7th of the 3rd, 2023 by Ms. Ashley Lafontaine. Today it is item 12.4, running on from this. So we are residents of this area, and this programme developed in 2003, and we were the fortunate area within Vincent to receive the first opportunity to have underground power. I think it was because we live adjacent to the power station at East Perth, and also we were on the same circuit as the PMH hospital, so that we were pretty guaranteed of having infrastructure in place and consistent energy supply, including the hospital. So the fee was calculated on rentable value of residences, I believe. I can't remember exactly what we paid, but it was $3,000 plus, and we were requested to pay it up front within a month. Other people who were under financial duress were given the opportunity to pay, I think it was over 10 installments. So this included people who were seniors who didn't have ready cash. And I certainly had a neighbour who struggled to pay this over 2 years. She negotiated for a 2-year period to pay this. The ratepayers of the properties in this area presented with the Town of Vincent account for this underground power service charge. It was a joint initiative of the Council, Western Power, and the Office of Energy. So the City of Vincent was to provide 50% of this, the Department of Energy 25%, and Western Power the other 25%. There were payment options, as we briefly discussed here, but please consider an amendment that the Highgate East residents be refunded or credited this 2.1% underground power levy that has been incorporated into the rates from 2022/23, so that we are not actually charged twice, because it seriously does appear that that is the proposal. And we request the following. It is important that a funding model be provided before monies are requested and taken from residents. We need a timeline to show what is going to happen with this proposal. We have certainly benefited from a wonderful thing, having underground power, and Gardner Street is a green tunnel. So we wish it for everybody, but we just want in the fairness that clarity is provided to the ratepayers of Vincent. They need to have a consultation period. We understand it is proposed the monies paid will be placed in the underground power reserve for the purpose of funding the City of Vincent's contribution as determined by this council. But I have concerns, like other people have raised, about surplus monies.
I'm sorry, Carolyn, you have
being
reached 3
designated for
minutes.
undefined
Thank
uses.
you.
And in the spirit of transparency, please consider this. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Carolyn. Just to also state that we are going to release the financial modelling as part of the upcoming budget. So that's being worked on right now. Highgate East residents will not pay towards any underground power infrastructure. This 2.1%, which is effectively $772,000, cost to the median residential ratepayer $29. This is going to fund a payback period, which Highgate East residents had when underground power was delivered in Highgate East. All of the details are currently being worked on and will be imminently released for public scrutiny through this public process. So that's not too far away. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm not exactly sure which item number I'm talking about here, but
What's the subject matter?
Florence Street.
Florence Street.
Yeah, Strathcona Street.
Okay, so that's the AGME motions as well. So
It's
12.4.
regarding the traffic management of Florence
Yes.
Street and Strathcona
Yeah.
Street. Yeah.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, my name is Mark Depadova. I live at 11 Florence Street in West Perth. It'd be gratefully appreciated if consideration was given to the following comments. I'm writing in regards to the proposed effects that the creation of Bunnings in the Pickle District will undoubtedly have on the West Perth residential pocket bound by Charles Street, Loftus Street, Vincent Street and Newcastle Street. Bunnings, without doubt, is an extremely strong magnet for vehicles, heavy trade vehicles and cars 7 days a week from early morning to late at night. It is clear to see from street maps and GPS that vehicles approaching from Mount Lawley, North Perth, and well beyond these areas will not take the route to Loftus Street along Vincent Street, where they will become gridlocked at multiple sets of lights, only to have to backtrack along Newcastle Street to get to the new Bunnings. There's no right turn on Carr Street from Charles Street, no right turn at Cleaver Street onto Newcastle Street. The easiest and shortest route is undoubtedly along Florence Street from Vincent Street, then onto Strathcona Street, giving right turn access onto Newcastle Street, and then onto the proposed Bunnings. Florence Street and Strathcona Street have recently been upgraded as a heritage safety streets. Therefore, to avoid this having become a pointless exercise, traffic needs to be discouraged from using Florence Street and Strathcona Street as a clear shortcut. To emphasise the point, the recent closure of Cleaver Street resulted in a long backup of traffic on Florence Street. This proves this residential pocket is currently being used for shortcuts. The opening of Bunnings will increase traffic enormously, and unless proactive steps are taken beforehand, inevitable problems are going to occur. Creating a restriction at the end of Strathcona Street will help stop vehicular access to Bunnings through the residential pocket. In addition, creating a no right turn at the end of Florence Street, similar to that at Cleaver Street, would also discourage returning traffic through the area. I would also suggest the cost of any works is paid by Bunnings and Wesfarmers and made a condition of any of the approvals made by the council. For the council's information, I worked for a number of years in the engineering department of the Nottingham City Council in the UK, designing and building roads for the traffic management. So I do have some experience in these matters. And I've got 27 seconds left, so shall I?
Yeah, you can keep going if you like.
I don't really know what else to say.
We might have to call on you. Thank you very much,
All right.
Mark.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, councillors. My name's Craig Curtis. I'm a property owner on Money Street in Northbridge. My tenants, I don't live there. My tenants have concerns about what's been happening around there. So my house is 2 doors up from 41 Money Street that has changed from a backpackers to a homeless shelter. This is something the concerns of my tenants have raised. They're fatigued, unable to sleep due to arguing, shouting, screaming, swearing, music being played too loudly, banging on the rails and doors. This has affected my performance at work, and I'm always tired to be woken up. Then they raise safety issues. Feeling unsafe due to being shouted at and approached. I now look out the balcony to ensure the area near the front door is clear. Nobody or groups are standing around there. When I walk along Money Street, I walk very fast and constantly check all around me in case someone or group is there. As they will say sometimes, they will say something or try to approach me. I constantly feel anxious when leaving the house or returning back. If there is someone or groups of people there, I'll then avoid walking along Money Street and take a different route. I now avoid being out late at night due to feeling unsafe. I will order an Uber heading home even if I'm in Northbridge and it's only 7 p.m. That's so I know I'll get to the front door safely when arriving home. If there's any trouble when I arrive, I have to stay in the Uber and wait for them to move on. She also brings up this hygienic thing. The front door pathway and garden area smells of urine. The front door has been frequently toileted. We have to clean it several times with hot soapy water and bleach. I've got a few minutes. Now, I actually went to that house on Thursday about 12:30 in the day. I parked my car in the garage and I took my 2-year-old granddaughter to the museum. I noticed a group of 3 people loitering around the homeless shelter that later moved on towards Newcastle Street. We set off towards Perth and what do we hear? Another person walking down the middle of the street screaming on the top of their voice from behind us. Get back here, you fucking cunts. The abuse was not directed at us.
Look, can I just say, I appreciate I really do have a strong appreciation for issues, but can you just maybe say effing C rather than repeating the words? It would be appreciated. Thank you.
I'll repeat that. But you can imagine my granddaughter, my 2-year-old thought. That abuse wasn't directed to us. It was meant for those 3 people now loitering at the end of Money Street. 2 hours later, when I returned that same day, that group is now resting on another tenant's front porch.
So, Greg,
I've just asked 2 questions to the council.
Yep. Quickly, please.
Why wasn't the property owners and residents were consulted over the change of uses of the said backpackers to a homeless shelter? And the other one is, does the City of Vincent acknowledge that the security and safety of the residents has worsened since the establishment of the homeless shelter?
Thanks, Greg. Look, I will find out whether a change of use was actually necessary. I'm not sure that there was. No, look, I understand the stress because we have been dealing with residents on Money Street, so we're very much aware of this issue. We've been liaising with the shelter and we've been talking to the people that are running it. And we have been looking at how we can improve safety on Money Street. We've been doing a bit of an audit in terms of, increased rubbish removal, lighting, etc. So we know this is a very stressful situation. I don't know about change of use. That might be that it wasn't required, but we'll need to check that and get back to you. And we are very much trying to deal with the security and safety issues. We're part of the homelessness response that's being coordinated by the Minister of Homeless, and we're dealing with these issues almost on a daily basis. So we are very aware, and we're trying to work with our community to improve outcomes here. But I'm happy to have a bigger discussion with you outside of the meeting. No, that's fine. If you want to leave your number, I'm very happy to give you a call and have more of a chat with you about that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. Good evening, councillors. I can't promise my presentation will be as dramatic as that. My name is Leon Furios. I'm a resident of North Perth. I'm here to make a very short statement on behalf of the Save North Perth Streets Action Group about the diagonal diversion that was recently installed on Leake Street. I've had some discussions already with some of the councillors, and I'd like to acknowledge that publicly and thank those councillors for their engagement and their enthusiasm. For the benefit of the rest of the council and for the public record, I would just like to note the results of an informal change.org petition that was made against the diversion. And as at today, that petition has over 440 signatures and counting against the diversion. And the magnitude of the response even attracted the attention of the Perth Voice, which some of you may have seen ran a front page article reporting on the community backlash to the diversion. So that response indicates that the community has a very strong and widespread objection to this diversion. And that objection is really fueled by the real world consequences of that diversion, which are being felt right now on the ground by the community, which include various safety concerns. The situation is really this: the diversion is funneling heavy traffic towards a primary school, towards an aged care facility, down narrow streets and laneways that simply are not equipped to deal with that increase in traffic and volume. So that's the state of play on the ground, and that's why we're seeing the reaction of the community. We recognise that traffic calming measures are necessary for the precinct. We recognise as well that this is supposed to be a temporary trial and that further data is going to be gathered and considered. What we say is that there's already enough evidence to draw the conclusion that this diversion is not the right solution for the situation. So we would encourage the council to consider rescinding the trial early and instead directing resources to identifying alternative solutions that benefit the community as a whole. This is really a case where the cure is worse than the disease. So we need to find a solution that better suits everybody concerned with the diversion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Leon. I haven't heard from you before tonight, but if you would like to have a chat, I'm very open to that. And I can also talk to you about whether you wish to table the petition with council. Thanks, Leon. Next speaker, please.
So my name is Mr. Ismail G. I'm from 360 Lord Street, Highgate. And I just want to mention that I'm supporting Ashley LaFontaine and anyone else who's taking up this issue of this rate, how we got ripped off. So if we can just make a note of that, please. I can give my email address to be on the same email list, and I'd like to be informed, fully informed. Okay, thank you.
If you'd like to leave your email address, I will send you an email tomorrow with some information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening. Louise Schneider, Harold Street, Mount Lawley. On behalf of the Harold Street Action Group regarding the recommendations to our petitions, agenda item 10.1. Regarding recommendation 3, we are a small section of Harold Street with a correspondingly small number of residents. We respectfully request that if passed, the consultation aspect of this recommendation be waived or expedited quickly. We are of the view that the number of residents who have engaged in our community actions, which is over 80% of our small section of the street, the number of signatories on our petitions, the number of attendees at our action meeting and recent curbside meetings already reflect overwhelming community agreement and support for the implementation of resident-only parking on the north section of our street. I feel sure that the Mayor and Councillor Gontanevsky, plus members of the City of Vincent staff who have attended one or more of our meetings, can attest to this view by our action group. We respectfully request that Council assent to passing all of the recommendations, hopefully with the amendment to recommendation 3. If passed, we ask that we are provided with a time frame of when the recommendations will be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, Linda Harris. I'm in Brentham Street, Leederville. I wish to speak about the petition we submitted to council about the Britannia Reserve. Is this the appropriate time to speak?
Yes, please go ahead.
I'll read it out. We, the undersigned, respectfully request that the council erect large signs at all entrances to the bitumen paths in Britannia Reserve stating pedestrians only. We are concerned about the safety of pedestrians walking on the bitumen paths within Britannia Reserve. This is becoming quite dangerous because of the increasing number of speeding cyclists, e-scooters and skateboards. The pedestrians using this park include the elderly, people on mobility scooters and wheelchairs, parents with prams, small children learning to walk, and dog walkers who often have elderly dogs. Many in this group cannot really hear the speeding vehicle and move quickly to get out of the way. Some are becoming too frightened to walk in the reserve. This particularly affects the elderly and from the nursing retirement village. We do not have a problem with young children learning to ride as they travel slowly, and we are concerned about their safety as well. We had 110 people sign this. It took me 3 days and I had to stop. It is a dangerous activity, becoming quite dangerous. This is a beautiful park. It is surrounded by cycle paths on the freeway side, which is perfect. I ride there myself, and the streets surrounding it are very quiet. There is no need for people to cycle through that park, or worse still, the e-scooters. It is actually designated as for pedestrians only, except for under 12s, and we would support that entirely. But the signs have now faded, you can't read them, and there's only one clear sign in one entrance. So this is a concern, and we would really like this, just very clear signs put up. As you may be aware of Bayswater Reserve down by the river that has very clear signs. It used to have cycles going through. They stopped it with the pedestrian cycle only, and that's what we're very much in favour of. So thank you.
Thank you, Linda. That's also relevant to the motion at 12.4. So we'll deal with this both as the petition and as that motion. Leslie?
Okay, good evening, Mayor Cole and councillors. Leslie Flory, I'm of SASAB in Mount Hawthorn. I've lived in Mount Hawthorn since February 1983. That's over 40 years in the same street. I've witnessed the flooding, and I've witnessed the stormwater pipes not coping with the volume of water and flooding in my front and backyard. Can I make a suggestion that the core issue of flooding is not climate change? The issue is the old ancient stormwater pipes, the stormwater pipes that run at right angles through property, across roads and parks, the build-up of sediment over decades, blockages and the lack of maintenance. I've got a stormwater pipe running through my property, a large stormwater pipe. It's actually the size of CY O'Connor pipes that run from Mundaring all the way through to Kalgoorlie. It's a major piece of infrastructure, and the City of Vincent had no record of it. This huge stormwater pipe located on my property is actually fed by pipes running down Berryman, running down East Street. They join up into this one big major main stormwater pipe that runs through 85 East Street, another property, 84 Sass Ave, crosses over at an angle into my property at 79 Sass Ave. The stormwater pipe then runs into my neighbour's property in Linton Street. I ask, who has the benefit here? City of Vincent have the benefit. The community have the benefit. Who has the burden here? I have the burden. I'm carrying the full burden of the stormwater pipe, the easement and the restrictions on my property. Questions for council. I'd like to know why the City of Vincent are spending over $425,000 to pay a global company, GHD, to map and locate kilometres of drainage system throughout the City of Vincent. Why does the City of Vincent not hold proper drainage records? Why does the City of Vincent not use their own engineers to collect data? How can GHD accurately see the condition and deterioration of the pipes by climbing down the manholes using CCTV when the stormwater pipes are covered in over 80 years of sediment, dirt and debris? When will we see the final GHD drainage memorandum report? When will it be available? Will the ratepayers have access to the GHD final drainage report? Or will the report be marked confidential as it was in the December meeting? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Leslie. Next speaker, please.
My name's Ante Shumich. I'm from Windsor Street, Perth. I was one of the residents that moved in 2005 and paid for the underground power, which is quite of a bit of a stress for a young family to move in, with mortgage rates being very high. And now I've just got a note left in my letterbox today saying the council rates have been lifted by 7%, which I don't understand because City of Vincent don't do a very good job. Can't see why they do need to increase to 7% because they don't do a good job. I've been there for 18 years. I'm not very pleased with Town of Vincent. After hearing about this rate rise, I support all the other people who support this rate increase don't support the increase of the rates for the underground power, so I should pay for everyone else's. I think I think the rates I should get reimbursed for that. I just want to make that clear. And I'd like to be emailed on all the proposals of the underground power.
Thank you. If you'd like to leave your email address, we can certainly get some information to you. Next speaker, please. Are there any further speakers this evening? Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate your comments and for your attendance at this evening's meeting. Wendy, I just did check. I don't believe we received any questions on notice or statements. There were. I did check the email. No, we didn't. Just confirming. There wasn't any sent by email, which is normally the case.
Excuse me. I'll put my email address and my name here. That's all you need, isn't it? You didn't want my phone number, and I just wrote managed issues next to it, so you know it's me. Thank you.
If anyone else would like to follow suit and leave that email on the piece of paper at the front, you're very welcome to. Okay, councillors. So just in terms of public questions and statements received in writing, Angie Cassian of Highgate, who I believe was in attendance this evening. Angie? Sorry, Mount Lawley, if we could just make a correction. Thank you for that. Nick Karaskov of Perth on item 12.7, again on the Highgate East underground power. We have Mark de Padova and Janine Edwards of West Perth. This is in relation to the Bunnings situation and the motion before the AGME in relation to traffic calming measures. And we have some questions from Dudley Meyer, and that has been circulated to council members. Thank you very much, Wendy. Okay, so we'll now go to applications for leave of absence. Are there any applications, any late applications for leave? Councillor Wallace.
Thanks. Apologies for not flagging this earlier. Just requesting a leave of absence from the 26th of March through to the 3rd of April. I think it covers one briefing.
One briefing, but not the council meeting. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Wallace. Can I have a mover and seconder to support the leave of absence from Councillor Wallace? It's moved by Councillor Gontaszewski, seconded by Councillor Alexander. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Receiving of petitions, deputations and presentations. We do have a petition which Linda has very eloquently outlined for us this evening. It's a petition with 110 signatures and it concerns the Britannia Reserve and the use of paths, and the request is that council erect large signs at all entrances to the bitumen paths in Britannia Reserve stating pedestrians only. Given that this is also the subject of a motion on the AGM item, which is item 12.4, motion 4.4. I have just double checked the motion and it does go to the issue of signage. So given that that's there, my recommendation to council would be that we can receive the petition and deal with it by council tonight, given that it's an AGME motion. Is everyone happy with that, or would you like to propose a different way that we treat this? Okay, well then I put to you that in relation to 5.1, that council receive the petition and that it be dealt with by the council at item 12.4. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Hallett, seconded by Councillor Castle. All those in favour? I declare that carried. So is Linda still here? Linda, so what that means is that we will deal with this when we're dealing with the AGME motions, because that goes to that same issue of request for signage at Britannia Park. Thank you. Okay, next item is confirmation of minutes, and this is for the 14th of February 2023 meeting that I thought we were repeating earlier. So we have moved forward a month. So could I please have a mover and seconder to adopt the meeting minutes of the 14th of February? Moved by Councillor Loden, seconded by Councillor Gontaszewski. All those in favour? I declare the minutes carried. Announcements by the presiding member. Just very briefly from me, I thought it's worth mentioning that we are seeing an uptake in our events, that we've just had a very successful 2-day Hyde Park Fair, and this weekend we see the return of the St Patrick's Day Festival and Parade after a 3-year hiatus, being most impacted of all of our events by COVID, and also Neon Picnic and RTR FM event at Hyde Park, which is also sponsored by the City of Vincent. So that's happening this weekend. Great to see those events back. Also that we are getting closer to making an announcement in relation to the return of the Hawkers Market to Axford Park in Mount Hawthorn, which I think has been very much missed by the local community. And we are calling for expressions of interest for our events and festivals funding currently, with that closing on the 6th of April. So hoping to see this continue and to have some really positive grant applications coming through. So declarations of interest, CEO.
Through you, Mayor Cole, I've received a declaration of interest from Councillor Loden as per the briefing last week in relation to item 9.6, amendment to the trees of significance inventory relating to the jacaranda tree at number 59 Ellesmere Street, Mount Hawthorn. The extent of the interest being that Councillor Loden is a resident of the street and friends with adjoining neighbours. Mayor Cole, you declared an impartiality interest in relation to 12.4 and motion 4.1 regarding the RSL signage motion, noting that you're an affiliate member of the RSL WA Hawthorn sub-branch. And I'm going to ask Councillor Apollo to confirm his declaration of interest for the mid-year budget review.
Yep. Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Mayor. There are expenses within the mid-year budget agenda item that relate to works on this administration building, which is in direct proximity to my residential property. These expenses contained under attachment 4 are inconsequential and immaterial to the entire budget, in the opinion of administration. As a result, administration has agreed to exclude these items from the budget and deal with these in 2 separate motions, in which case I'm declaring a proximity interest in relation to the administrative building expenses only, permitting me to participate in debate and vote on the material aspects of the mid-year budget. If it is possible for council to vote to allow me to participate and vote as one item, and if decided in the negative, subsequently move the motion in separate items, I'm happy with that, but that's up to administration if that's possible.
Thank you very much, Councillor Apollo. Look, you've raised that they're inconsequential, so I'll just go to administration. Do we need to deal with take those out as separate clauses, or given that they're inconsequential, can we just keep that recommendation as is and allow seek a vote to allow Councillor Apollo to participate?
Through the chair, administration's position is that the matters where the conflict would arise are inconsequential and would not make a material difference if Councillor Apollo participated, and we recommend that they don't be pulled out. And if council were to agree, then he could participate in the item and without separating them.
Councillors, do you have any questions before I call for a vote on this matter, because we do need to vote on, and the motion would be that council endorses the participation of councillor Opolo in item, is it 11.4?
Sorry, through the chair, if you're going to undertake the vote now, councillor Opolo would need to leave the
Oh,
chamber.
my apologies. Yes, councillor Opolo, I do have to ask you to leave while we vote. Sorry about that. Councillors, any questions before I put the motion? Okay, so the motion would be that council endorses the participation and voting of councillor Opolo on item 11.4 mid-year budget review 2022-2023, given that the works on the administration office are inconsequential as advised by the administration. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by councillor Gontaszewski, seconded by councillor Loden. All those in favour? I declare that carried. We can invite councillor Opolo back to the meeting, please. CEO, were there any other declarations? Look, I just will raise that 9.5 is a matter that would go to the WA Planning Commission, just to explain that when dealing with MRS amendments, my practice is to fully participate as representative of the City of Vincent, and that when this comes to the WAPC, that I would be declaring an interest and not participating or seeking to vote or participate in the decision making at the WAPC end. So in effect, that doesn't create a conflict, but I just wanted to advise you of my practice in relation to these matters. If it's a policy submission, for example, that was going to the WAPC, that would be different, and I would probably do an impartiality interest, because I can still participate on matters where it's about a policy change that's been advertised broadly to local government, and of which the city is one submission in amongst others. So that's something that I would declare here and declare at the WAPC, but still participate. Okay, so unless there are any other declarations from the floor, okay, then we have concluded our declarations of interest. So councillors, so far in the items that have been raised by members of the public gallery, we have items 9.3, 9.1, 11.4, 12.4, and 10.1. Are there other items that councillors wish to call forward for debate? Councillor Hallett, Councillor Castle, Councillor Wallace, Councillor Iopolo.
Yes, excluding the ones that are subject to motions, 9.2, 9.2, 10.2, and 12.7. Thank you.
Yep, that would need to be called out, so thank you for that. Councillor Loden, anything further? Councillor Alexander?
Yeah, I've got some amendments on 12.4. I think that's already
That's
been
that's
discussed.
already been called out, so
Thanks.
that's covered. Anything in addition to 12.4?
Just no, or 11.4 as well.
Yep, we've already
that's-
got that one.
yep.
Thank you. Thank you, councillor Gontaszewski. Okay. Councillors, just checking with you on the confidential items. My understanding is that they can be moved on block. So I just wanted to highlight that to you. We did have questions on those last week. Is everyone happy to include those in the on block items? Okay, thank you.
Through Mayor Cole, I'll read out the item numbers being proposed to be moved on block, which include items 9.4, 9.5. There was an amendment, sorry. Yep. So we do have an amendment for 9.5. So just 9.4, 9.6, 9.7, 10.3, 11.1, 11.2, 11.3, 11.5, 12.1, 12.2, 12.3, 12.5, 12.6, 17.1 and 17.2.
Sorry, through the
CEO.
chair, 12.1 requires an absolute majority.
Ah, yes, the election one.
Okay,
12.1, sorry.
12.1. So I'm working off a sheet that doesn't have that on there. It's not the official, the hyperlink one. I should have had the official one in front of me. So, yeah. Okay, so then in relation to those on block items, could I please have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Loden, seconded by Councillor Castle. All those in favour? I declare the on block items carried. So the items before us this evening, we will go to the items raised by members of the public gallery this evening first. So item 9.3 has been raised. That is number 209 Oxford Street, Leederville, proposed change of use from eating house to restaurant cafe and unlisted use, shisha bar and associated alterations and additions for existing unauthorised development. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Gonchevsky, seconded by Councillor Hallett.
I'm supportive of the officer recommendation in relation to this item, and I think it's consistent with the city's policy position on this matter.
Thank you. Similarly in support, and just want to endorse the comments from the public gallery. And it's good that we've got some extensive policies in place around this now.
Councillors, any further comments? Also, just to speak in support, this is a consistent position that the city has taken recently on shisha bars, and now we do have the local planning policy in place. This is a further strengthening of the planning framework, and it basically takes a view that these issues do affect amenity. We've had residents contact us very concerned about the impact of secondhand smoke and the amenity issues caused to their property. And these issues are pretty consistent when we're dealing with these types of premises. So consistent approach by the city in relation to these developments. Any further comments? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? I declare 9.3 carried as recommended. The next item raised was 109 Palmerston Street, Perth, proposed 4 group dwellings. Can I have a mover and seconder for this item, please? Moved by Councillor Wallace, seconded by Councillor Loden.
Thanks, Mayor Cole. So I understand this development application has been under consideration for some time. It is an interesting site with a number of constraints, and I appreciate the applicant's patience in working with the city through the number of deviations to the to comply standards that are being sought. The decision was previously deferred by council. It was considered not to satisfy the relevant design principles around street setbacks, lot boundary setbacks to the south in particular, landscaping, solar access, among others. There's been some discussion around overshadowing and how the area overshadowed is largely already overshadowed by the adjacent fig tree to the north. Okay, agree with that to some extent, although the city doesn't wish for the tree to be removed. There's certainly no certainty that it will continue to exist for the duration of this development. We have a PHSB outbreak going on in Hyde Park at the moment in the area of this proposal, and we've had to significantly prune and remove a number of significant trees. I also appreciate that the overshadowing is calculated on the basis of the full lot. When seeking variations to deem to comply, I think it's fair to consider the impact on individual strata lots. The 2 northern lots of the adjoining development to the south receive the bulk of the overshadowing and would have outdoor living areas in near total shadow during the seasonal minimums. Outside of overshadowing, the height and reduced setbacks to the south result in unnecessary impacts from the building bulk on that adjoining lot. There's been some work done on the streetscape. However, I think the impacts of the reduced setbacks haven't been managed successfully, including the significant amount of hard stand that remains there. So I'd seek to defer the item again for the same reasons it was previously deferred.
Are you putting a deferral motion or are you allowing others to speak first?
Yeah, sorry, I'll allow others to speak
Okay,
first.
thank you.
Yeah.
That's appreciated. Councillor Loden.
Thank you, ma'am. I think Councillor Wallace did highlight a number of the challenges with this development. I feel like this development is approvable. But when I look at it, the big challenge I see is particularly the overshadowing issue. And when we look at how we assess that, particularly the consideration of the significant overshadowing already there because of the tree is a big factor in justification in that overshadowing. It also means that the development of the block is much more difficult because of retaining that tree. If the alternative outcome is the removal to then achieve overshadowing, I don't think that's the outcome that we're seeking either. I'm happy to consider a deferral as well, but I'd be interested to hear what other council members have to say.
Councillors. Councillor Uplow.
Thank you, Mayor. In my view, the applicant has not sufficiently met the conditions that warrants that council exercise its discretion to sanction the departure of 10 out of 15 planning elements that don't comply. So I'd be probably concurring that a deferral or a refusal would be appropriate. Thanks.
Councillors, I'll speak to the item. It is a tricky site, and I'd take, I've been on a site visit, have seen had spoken to the immediate neighbour at some length and have considered the issues around overshadowing. I think some of the considerations in relation to this development is that the subdivision approval has been made, and it does require the lot to have the dwellings to the south, the driveway to the north, and the significant trees, obviously a major factor in terms of where, how far it can be pushed back, etc. So there's several things here that are probably really forming the development outcome on this site. I don't know that a deferral would be something that would be the way to go. I think if council's of the view that this is not being met, the applicant has effectively said this is as far as they're prepared to go. I think that if council is of the view that it's not approvable, that really it's now incumbent upon the council to put up a alternate recommendation for refusal. I wouldn't support a deferral on the basis that it's already been deferred and it's significantly outside of the deemed refusal of the statutory timeframe, meaning that it will be most likely considered a deemed refusal. I have given this a lot of thought in terms of how the city has tried to approach this with the issues around the subdivision form, the fact that it is an R80 development, the fact that the orientation of the site being east-west, we are constantly facing issues in the city where we do have east-west orientated lots. Unfortunately, I don't understand why subdivisions of the day were undertaken in that way. I think it's led to some issues where we start to see height coming into play. The issues around height, this is very much about, I think the report talks about a 1 to 5% at the bottom measurement of the skillion roof. The actual height of the top of the roof is meets the deemed to comply. I don't really see a way that this site can be developed with its lot configuration and approved subdivision without there being significant overshadowing to the site, which is already overshadowed by the significant fig tree. So I do really understand what Mr. Proney is saying in terms of the impact, but I think that any development that's meeting the R80 code, that's meeting the orientation of the lot, that's meeting the subdivision configuration, that's meeting the needs of the significant tree is going to face these issues. And I think there has been an attempt by the city to work through those issues, and they've landed in a place where they have recommended to us that this is approvable. And I think that, always consider what is the likely success of taking something to the SAT, and I just really don't know that this is defensible given those the site constraints that I've outlined. It is it is a well-designed building. It's well articulated. It has received design review panels 9 out of 10 in relation to the design principles, and that should be seen as a positive. The developer has changed the brick colour in response to residents feeling that it was a bit dark and gothic and overwhelming. But I do think that when you look at the streetscape, you look at the setbacks in the street, the variety of housing, etc. I do think that this, from a design perspective, would be a positive addition to Palmerston Street. And it is really within that intent of the R80 zone. But really fundamentally for me, coming down to this issue of overshadowing, I just can't see how there's not going to be an impact above the deemed to comply given the site orientation and given the subdivision and given the significant tree. So on that basis, I see no grounds for us to refuse this and delay the process any further. Councillors, any further comments? Councillor Gontaszewski.
Look, yeah, I'll speak to it. I have to say I agree. This isn't something that I take any joy in, but I ultimately feel that the key issue here is the overshadowing of units 1 and 2 within the adjacent development. And that I think it's really reviewing the overshadowing diagram, it is very clear to me that any development on that site that is within the height that is envisaged for the area is going to create overshadowing issues. I think that, I guess my question to administration in relation to the comments from Councillor Wallace around the consideration of overshadowing on individual lots when considering an application of this nature, I'd be interested in, I guess, what scope or leeway the city has in relation to that overshadowing. Given I think that the tree, it's clear from the overshadowing diagram that the tree is primarily responsible for the overshadowing in the rear units, and it is the front 2 units that of the adjacent development that would be impacted by this proposed application.
Through you, Mayor Cole, when assessing overshadowing, the principal document that applies to residential development is the residential design codes that prescribes, as Councillor Wallace correctly spoke to, it prescribes an assessment against the entire lot area, the parent lot area. That doesn't mean that under other considerations in the planning framework, under the planning regulations, there's clause 67, which lists a variety of other relevant considerations, one of which is amenity. It doesn't mean that you can't contemplate the impact of a proposed development on an individual strata unit. Okay, so that all just needs to be weighted in your decision making. I guess my key comment is that the R codes are the principal document in terms of residential development, but nonetheless are required to have due consideration for the remainder of those clause 67 matters, including amenity, and that was one of the references in the deferral from council previously.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I think I do accept that there is an amenity impact to the residents of units 1 and 2 that is over and above what would be existent on the site as it, if it was vacant, even considering the tree. However, in looking at the overshadowing diagram, I'm unsure that amenity impact would not still be felt if the development was to be reduced to 2 stories or to undertake quite significant design revisions that would be required in order to reduce the overshadowing on those units, simply because of the orientation of the driveway. And that is not something that is, I believe, is going to change in any design. So I think you'd have to see a really significant rewrite of this. I do accept that this, I think, is an approvable development, and I'm not sure that we have the policy settings at this stage to be able to defend such a development. And so, yeah, I think I think this is an approvable development, and as such, I will support the officer recommendation tonight.
Councillor Iapolo.
Through you, Mayor, just a question to administration. Is it a valid planning consideration to consider the fact the actual state of the site to say that we couldn't develop it in any other way? Is that actually a valid planning consideration to which we would need to exercise our discretion? And I reference that because there was a situation in the past at the corner of Loftus and
Councillor
Newcastle.
Iapolo, questions are supposed to just be quite clear and direct. So the question has been put. Can I just go to the
Sure.
manager, please?
Through you, Mayor Cole, the role of council is not to contemplate if there was a better proposal or an alternate proposal. The application's seeking or the applicant seeking a decision based on the plans before you. So my advice is it's a relevant consideration would relate to the merits of this proposal. There might be other schemes, but that's not what is before you for consideration.
Now I have to clarify my question because it didn't really answer it. One of the question was, if you couldn't develop this in any other way, is that a valid consideration for us to consider whether or not to exercise discretion? Yes or no will be fine.
Look, I think that's actually a very difficult question to answer. Manager, are you happy to take that question? Because I just don't know that's quite a sort of esoteric question, if you like. I'm not sure if you're trying to refer back to something that a council member has said in their debate. What is it that you're concerned about?
You mentioned in your summary that you thought that there was no other way, that this site, based on its constraints, it seemed to me to indicate that you were saying that we should provide some discretion because there's no other way, because of the orientation
I think
and so forth.
that's like a sort of slight misconstruing of what I was saying.
Like
And
that,
I
I
think
just
that
wanted clarity.
the purpose of questions is not to debate another council member. I was saying that because of the subdivision and the way in which the site has been subdivided, that there are constraints. I didn't say that this is the only way that this site can be developed. Of course, that's not the case. So, councillors, any further comments or questions? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? So that's 5 voting in favour and 3 against. Okay, that takes us to item 11.4, which is the mid-year budget review for 2022-23. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by councillor Iapolo, seconded by councillor Loden.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to signal a proposed motion, but I think it's worth talking about it because there's 2 very important issues in here within the mid-year review budget, which relates to the underground power reserve and the transfer of surplus unspent capital funds to capital-backed reserves. Both have financial implications to ratepayers, and some of which were talked about in the gallery in relation to the power reserve. Just like to talk firstly about the underground power reserve. So I think there's a bit of misconception in the community a little bit about what's going on, because the 2.1% was something done previous. So I'm going to talk about what this motion is talking about, and that is to create a $1.5 million or an additional $1.5 million into the underground power reserve. And that's effectively coming from a opening surplus and some other extra funds through parking that weren't envisaged at the time of doing the budget. But the purpose of the underground power reserve, for clarity, is to provide the city with a bridging loan to cover upfront payments to Western Power before it receives ratepayer contribution. Reserves are needed to the extent that City of Vincent debt is maximised. So it's therefore, in some ways, what this underground power reserve is doing, it's actually providing an interest-free loan from ratepayers through the course of the project. But this project could take 10 years. So the financing from these reserves, if we were to transfer these funds into this underground power reserve, is actually coming from rates that effectively ratepayers have already paid. And it's irrespective of whether the ratepayer has already got underground power or whether a ratepayer does not need to defer their contribution to the plan. It is therefore, and recognise the sentiments from the gallery, that there is some aspects of inequity to some ratepayers. But on the other side, to the extent that we can't borrow to do this, then the implication of not raising more money from ratepayers is that this underground project will take a lot longer because we're constrained by debt. So let's just acknowledge that. Council has not been presented and approved an underground power funding model and determined what position it's willing to accept in relation to these perceived inequities to certain ratepayers. And therefore, the motion I had put forward here on the table, which
Councillor Oploy, before you speak to the motion
the
directly, like you
substantive.
are talking to the substantive and what you're saying is fine, but when you start to directly refer to your amendment, that's what the time when you do need to actually put the amendment. But before you do that, I will have to go to the seconder. So if you,
I won't talk about that yet.
Thank you.
The second item is the transfer of surplus funds to capital reserves. So this represents about $1 million of funds that were rated from taxpayers at the last budget, $1 million which we didn't spend. So that out of the $3.5 million of capital that administration is acknowledging it can't spend this year, 1 million of that was rated from ratepayers. So the implication of transferring these funds, particularly the 1 million to reserves, is that we're acknowledging that we have erred in our budget on capital expenditure last year. Ratepayers have paid it in advance, and we just want to earmark it for those purposes for next year. Ordinarily, I'd have no problem with that, but the fact is that we have serially over budgeted every year since FY14. Cumulatively, it's about 50 to 60 million. Not all of that was funded from municipal funds, but if you took even 30% of that, it's a significant amount of rating ratepayers ahead of when we spend the money. And so I just feel that putting it into reserve and tucking it in our pocket is probably the least preferable action. What I prefer to see is that we include it in opening balance of carry forward CapEx, so that when we look at the capital budget, we really put a line in the sand and say, we must expect that our capital budgeting is a lot more accurate than it has been over the last 9 or so years. So, because the effect of doing this, rating ahead of time, is that it increases the rates for all ratepayers, the base, so that 1 year ahead. And then when you do it again successively, we're getting an increase on an inflated base. And then year on year that happens, and cumulatively over 9 or 10 years, it's about 20% approximately where rates have been increased over time. So I'm okay with the principle that the CFO is saying we should tuck this away for next year, but my preference, and I'll talk more to this in the motion, is that for us to consider whether that's appropriate and whether we should keep it in the opening balance surplus, which technically is still available to reduce ratepayers' rates in 2024, and make that decision when we really have a hard look at CapEx and whether we can improve our ability to forecast.
Councillor Loden.
Thank you, Mayor Cole, and thanks for the comments from Councillor Oploy. I just flag, assuming the amendment is moved, kind of request that it be moved in its parts. Overall, I'm supportive of the mid-year budget review. It's an important process that we go through. It is, I guess, one of the realities of the budgeting process that it is always unfair because some people use more services than others. And it depends on your phase in life and the type of activities that you do, how much stuff you do in the City of Vincent. I imagine there's a bunch of people in the City of Vincent that don't use Beatty Park, but that is a huge financial draw on the city's resources. We all assumably use the roads, although people riding bikes obviously use them a bit less. But the other facilities and resources that we provide to our community are used to a greater or lesser extent. And that's kind of the reality. And that's kind of the view that I have with underground power as well. I do recognise that underground power is effectively recycled back into other projects within the city. So whilst it'll be used to cash flow the underground power project, those funds will effectively come back to the community in other activities, be it asset renewal or something like that. So hopefully those people that are paying those costs for underground power to facilitate the loan facility will subsequently see that come back, admittedly down the track through other asset activities or other things that we are running throughout the city of Vincent.
Councillors, discussion? Look, just some general comments from me. Whilst we may not have quite finalised the modelling, as it says here on the blue amendment, that administration will take council through the updated underground power modelling at budget workshop 3 and receive guidance from council on the preferred funding model. So that process is well and truly underway, and as mentioned during public question time, will be publicly released as part of the budget to demonstrate how council is seeking to approach that issue. Look, we are looking at $164 million worth of 8 consecutive rolling underground power projects. Like, it is a massive undertaking for the city to do this. And I think the city's contribution when we last looked was around $76 million. So I don't see how adding the $1.5 million into the underground power reserve, which is, you know, in the mid-year budget review talks about this is through increased revenue from parking and interest, with interest rates getting higher. I just can't see how that won't be needed when we're looking at these projects of such magnitude. We've already had the discussion that it's not possible for us to do this through completely drawing down on debt. So I personally don't have an issue with that. Just some commentary in relation to the management of capital works. I'm quite intrigued by this 2014 date as the magic cutoff date. I don't really understand that myself. But anyway, I think that there's been significant advances in the way the city manages capital works. We now have a 4-year CapEx program. We're actually trying to operate a little bit more like a state government, where we say, this is the capital works on the horizon. We've got our 4-year program, we've got our 10-year financial plan. And we're basically saying when we're taking rates, we're taking them for certain projects and certain infrastructure works and certain asset maintenance. When we're talking about deferring the expenditure, as we've sort of talked about, it's often the case that the project might be going through a procurement process. It might be that funds haven't yet been able to be spent, but until we actually have those funds from ratepayers as a local government, we're not actually able to start a process to work towards a project. So this idea that we can rate for everything in 12 months and deliver it out the door, very difficult, and state government does not plan projects in that way. Councillor Alexander, you might have some commentary on that. It is the case that if we don't rate towards those projects, we can't actually commence them. And we've had the discussion about what's actually started in terms of project planning and getting things to a point where we're actually starting the procurement process. So things have actually moved forward, but we haven't quite spent the money yet. And we've also talked about ordering fleet cars and the fact that those sorts of issues are taking much longer given supply issues. So I actually feel very confident in our CapEx programming, in that it's recorded in a 4-year capital works forward plan, that we've got our long-term financial plan, and that when we are saying this funding of $950,000 is actually towards certain projects, we're putting it into a reserve, but they're against the projects that we decided when we took the budget to the public and said, these are the things that we're going to spend the money on. So for me, I see this as a sort of an attempt to keep things moving. As you know, it was the first time that we reached our asset sustainability ratio in our 2022-23 budget. And that alone is a significant achievement for the city that has been a low rating council and has really needed to improve reserves. We know that if we improve reserves, it improves our asset ratios, sustainability. It allows us to undertake significant projects. You know, we are looking at modelling to say, how are we actually going to quickly move through 8 major underground power projects and keep us in a situation where we can still be able to continue with our asset maintenance across a multitude of needs. So I feel quite comfortable about those things in the mid-year budget review, and I think that we're in a much better place than we were when I joined council in 2013, where we didn't even have a long-term financial plan. Councillors, any further comments? Councillor Alexander.
Thanks, Mayor Cole. I'm a little puzzled with regards to the budget. Basically, our budget is 20.4 mil as a capex, and the most ever previously spent was in 2017, which was 9.5 million. So it was a very enthusiastic target, 20.4 mil. And, you know, people were saying that it would be delivered and it'd be delivered in 22, 23. And people were making statements that would happen. And now we're being told that it's probably 17 million will be delivered. And to have a target of an extra 10.9 million when the previous biggest spend was 9.5 in a time when, and Mayor Cole, you mentioned it, there are supply issues, and supply issues with labour, supply issues with materials. So, you know, I think we're being very enthusiastic in our rating of people in advance. And so, you know, I just wonder, you know, the people that were saying that in 22, 23, 20.4 million would be spent seem to have disappeared, the people who were saying that. So where is the accountability for those statements and those very enthusiastic statements? I mean, who's accountable for the 20.4 mil that now won't be delivered? And it's now 17, and there's a number of months to go to the end of the financial year.
Councillor Alexander, are you asking a question of administration?
Well,
or is it a rhetorical question?
Well, it was probably both, because it'd be nice to have an answer to that as to why the 20.4 is not delivered and why we've taken people's rates earlier. And I know, listening to Reece, that those amounts will be put against that facility sometime into the future. But of course, sometimes people leave the area and they're gone, and so their rates, they're paying for something, you know, in the future. So I just have some concerns about our capability to actually budget correctly, because we certainly haven't budgeted correctly. And it seems almost like it becomes a fund that, you know, we can just move forward. And I think we really need to have a look at how we've managed to carry, you know, circa 55 million over in the last 8 or 9 years. And I understand some of it, because you can't always predict when something's going to start, when something's going to be built. But, you know, to come up with 20.4 mil as a budgeted figure, when the biggest spend ever was 9.5 million, and we're going into particularly difficult circumstances. I just think, I just really don't understand it, and I would love someone to explain it to me.
Would anyone like to take that question?
Through Mayor Cole, at the Audit Committee, we agreed that we would do a presentation to the Audit Committee members, which Councillor Alexander is a member of, on the budgeting process and how local governments are required to budget and how we have to rate before we spend, because we can't spend before we rate. And we'll also talk to the Audit Committee about how we use our reserves, which are very low for a local government our size, and how we use the carry forward process to ensure that we can deliver projects which don't finish on the 30th of June, that may carry over between the 30th of June and into the following financial year.
Could I make just one further point?
Is it a question?
Oh, well, no, I was just going to make a point.
Okay. We are supposed to be timing to 5 minutes, but I'm not quite sure where we're at. No, go ahead.
No, it's a very quick one. In budgeting, sometimes you actually defer, you know, a 1% rate rise is about $376,000. You know, a deferral of 1.4 million, which we're suggesting, would have been a rate rise of about 4.5%. And, you know, I think 20.4 was very poor budgeting, but no one seems to be accepting responsibility for that. Okay, that's it.
Any
Thanks.
further comments from administration?
Well, the specific answers are all in the proposals putting forward to council in terms of what would be deferred and what would be carried forward. The general point is that the City of Vincent, for probably its entire history as a local government, has been essentially spending less on capital works per resident than what our market councils would be for the size of our asset base. So we're at the start of a very long, slow journey to try to address 20 years of underspending on capital works, which is sort of reflected in the state of our assets and our roads and our footpaths, our building, our drainage, and our playgrounds, which a lot of them are out 20 years old now and haven't been renewed, haven't been replaced. So part of the asset management strategy which council's endorsed is to correct that trajectory and start the process to slowly increase in a manageable way, because we can't do this overnight, to increase our capacity to maintain our assets on behalf of the community.
Is that a question that I should answer?
That was a response from the CEO in relation to the contribution that we're making towards asset management in a way that has not been met in the past.
I don't think that answered the question.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Take that on note. Any further discussion before we move to the amendment? Okay, I'll move to you, Councillor Apollo, to move your amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just do it in two parts. I think it's better in case some people want to support one or the other. So
If you could just move it as one, then I can ask council members to vote separately on both items.
Okay, great. So everyone has it's on the blue page.
Yep,
If I
so
can
is
get
there
it,
a seconder
I'll move
for
it.
the amendment, seconded by Councillor Loden?
Thank you. So look, just a couple of things. 2014 is irrelevant. I mean, we've been over budgeting CapEx way before that. I just picked 2014 because that's when I did my analysis, and I actually thought that was the first year that any current council member was first on council. So maybe it should have been 2013 because Mayor Cole was a councillor in 2013.
I don't know why it's tied to me, but in any case.
I said, no, anybody, the longest serving. That's what I chose it. That's why I picked it. So the underground power, I've asked questions about this. So I guess my reason for asking for a deferment on this until we've actually presented with a funding model is because I've asked a series of questions between now and the briefing, like what is our maximum debt capacity? What's the assumption around take up of the deferral? Like what percentage of people who haven't got underground power will want a deferred program? That's relevant for how much reserve we need, as is the amount of debt that we are carrying. What's the maximum debt over 10 years to, to justify how much reserve we have to take? Remembering again that this underground power reserve is being funded by everyone, whether or not they get or have underground power ready, and whether or not an individual can pay upfront, because it's not benefiting them so much. It's benefiting the people that can't afford the upfront lump sum to defer their capital contribution, be it $4,000 to $8,000 over 3 or 4 years. We don't know what those assumptions are. So I simply proposing a deferment of parking 1.5 million of our existing surplus, of which ratepayers have paid, to wait until we've got the information so that I can determine, and this council can determine, whether 1.5 million is reasonable. Is it reasonable to take the surplus that we've rated ratepayers already, knowing and acknowledging the inequities in it for some people particularly, wait until we have the information, wait until this council that can then collectively as a majority approve the funding model. And then we're all enlightened as to how much this is actually going to cost ratepayers over the journey. Is it 1.5? We've already rated 2.1% last year in the rates. That was everyone. That was 700,000. This is 1.5. It's building up. How much more? What are the assumptions? How much more do we have to do that we're not relying on funds? I know that Macquarie Bank is looking at this and they want to meet with Western Power and local government to fund this program across all of Australia. It's nothing to do with the City of Vincent, but they're looking at this because it's very beneficial for ESG reporting. They recognise that they don't want to charge significant rates because there's other benefits, i.e. ESG reporting, and also to move into the market to try and get more consumer lending. So these things are options that we need to consider when we have all the information available to us, and those other alternate options, which won't cost anywhere near what building up a underground power reserve will cost. So I'm moving this amendment, the first part, to defer this decision because I don't want to tax ratepayers now. I want to wait till we have the information. The second part about the over budgeting CapEx, like I said, ordinarily I wouldn't have a problem with it. All I'm saying is we've got it wrong well before 2014. I'm worried about this thing about we keep rating taxpayers ahead of when we spend the money. When you do it year on year on year on year, I think it's an issue that we really have to consider when we do the next budget. And if you took the $1 million surplus, which wasn't included in the rate setting statement last year, the surplus that was picked up by the audit, and you pick up the additional money that we got from car parking that we didn't anticipate, and the $3.5 million of capital budget that we didn't spend, you add those all up and it actually adds up to 2.5 million. And that is exactly 7.6%, which was the rate increase that we imposed on ratepayers last year. So all I'm saying is I'm not advocating refunds or anything. All I want is to defer these items, keep it an option for us to allow us to use this money that already received from ratepayers to the budget process, or when we've got the funding model, make a decision and then decide whether it was appropriate to keep that money for these purposes or allow these monies to continue in our opening carry forward position, so that they would theoretically, if we did that, and after having a better look at the budget and the underground power model, we might get a better result for ratepayers when we come to looking at the FY24 budget. That's all. Thank you.
Perfectly timed, Councillor Apollo. Councillor Loden.
Thank you, Mayor. In terms of the two special conditions, I'm happy to let the decision on the 1.5 million underground reserve be deferred. I don't think that's going to impact the progress of that underground power decision making. I am a little skeptical on whether Macquarie Bank is going to show up and fix this whole problem for us without making a very tidy sum out of us in the process, but we will see what happens. So if that happens when the model comes forward and we've got all that information together, I think that's fine, and that helps that project still proceed and we're not getting in the way. I'm of the reverse view on the opposite side of the equation there on the capital expenditure. We have a 4-year capital works program, which we approve. Council has seen all those things. I recognise that this is bringing forward stuff that we were planning on doing next year, but we have agreed to that. I'm comfortable that those things do need to be done, and I do want the city to get on with doing those things and executing those activities. If we defer that money, then they won't be progressing those activities. And so when we talk about the 24 million that we're failing to spend, this is only going to exacerbate that issue because we're kicking that down the road. Now, maybe the staff can go and do other activities in the interim instead, but my fear is that we're going to have basically a slowdown because they haven't got the money to go and do these activities. They have to wait to get to the 1st of July when we approve the budget for them to actually progress those activities. So from my point of view, I recognise that this is shuffling the cards around a bit, but it's overall in that long-term financial plan. And I guess my comment around the additional 3% is, yes, we could have not rated by an additional 3% and saved that $1 million. But the nature of council rating is that it compounds every year. So if we don't do a 3% raise this year, All that means is that rather than a 3% rate rise next year, you end up with a 6% rate rise next year. And you end up with this lumpy sort of condition where you might go 0% one year, you might go -1 at the following year because you don't need the funds in that year. And then you hit people with a 17% rate rise to catch up, because that's when we've decided that we're going to drop $10 million into fixing the grandstand at Beatty Park or something like that. And if you want to be concerned about residents showing up and getting mad at us, rocking up with a massive rate rise when they haven't seen rate rises in the last couple of years is going to cause a lot of shock. So from my point of view, when I look at this, this is about our long-term financial plan. We did a large rate rise last year because it addresses the structural issue we have in our rating that we are underfunded for all of our asset renewal. Through that rate rise we've done, we've now addressed that issue mostly, and we now have a solid trajectory for managing our rating going forward. It does mean we do rate in advance, but as the CEO has mentioned, we do need to rate in advance because we can't do half a project. If we do half a project, it becomes a white elephant, because if the council the following year decides not to fund that project, it's just going to sit there and we can't move forward. And that's an even worse outcome from the council. So if we want to do activities, we want to do the infrastructure upgrades we need in our community, then we need to rate for those. I recognize it rates people in advance, but you're talking about it being, was it $29 rated a year in advance because to fund the activities in the some of that going into the subsequent year. We will need those funds to actually complete those activities. Thank you.
Councillor Castle. Thank you. I've got some questions, in particular in relation to the first special condition on the amendment for the CFO. We've been presented with a number of different models at our first budget, or the most recent budget workshop, around how the city might fund the underground power cash flow. And I'm just wondering, in any of those models, would the requirement for reserve be less than 2.2 million, which is roughly the 700 grand already collected plus this 1.5?
Through you, Mayor Cole. Yes, it really depends. There's a number of assumptions going on. There's a number of adjustments to the timeline you could make, but ultimately under Western Power's current timeline, you would need at least that in reserves and probably some more. We're looking at a slightly modified timeline, which slows things down a fraction. And then we'd be in that sort of that banding of reserve, essentially between the 772 and the additional 1.5 as well. So it's somewhere in there at the moment. So our initial modelling is not intending to continue to rate for the reserve. It's just to try and make sure we have enough to essentially balance that between the amount of debt we can borrow and fund the circa $160 million worth of projects for the next 10 years. So,
thank you. And that modelling is intended to be decided or before council, before we set, or perhaps in the same process as the next budget. That's correct, right?
Yes, through you, Mayor Cole. Yes, the modelling is fairly advanced. So we did take council through that in February last month, the workshop, and there'll be some updates based on the feedback we received at the workshop next week as well. So it's progressed really well. We've got some solutions to some of the challenges we had in the previous versions of the model, and we'll take council through those next week.
Thank you. And so if in the unlikely event that the 2.2 million is seen to be more than required for the underground power reserve, that's something we can address through the budget process that's coming up. I mean, we always have the option to transfer back out of the reserve.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Cole, yes, we should be able to do that as part of the annual budget process. That's right.
And is there a risk to the city or to the project if we're not planning ahead with these reserves, if we leave these decisions until later?
Through you, Mayor Cole, yes, obviously it's a large project for the city. It's something that takes years of planning in advance to put ourselves in a financial position where we can actually deliver it. We're not in a fortunate position to have large reserves that councils do. So the planning started last year and it's going to continue for a couple of years to make sure we're ready to embrace the project and deliver under power to the whole of the city.
Thank you. That really helps with my thoughts on this, in particular in relation to the first special condition. I don't really foresee a situation where we won't need this in reserve. I think there is some variables to that modelling, as we've already seen, and there's more questions being raised. But it's clear that we're going to need to supplement the coffers in order to carry us through this next project. As you've said, it's a massive project for the city, and it's not something that we were in a position last year to contemplate without
the 2.1% rise that we made as part of that budget. So I'm quite comfortable making this transfer right now. I think it's the prudent thing to do. We have the options to redress any surplus in that if it does actually happen, but I don't really think that seems likely. So I think that we really need to be getting on the front foot with this project. We know that it is very much wanted by the community, and I'm not prepared to run the risk that we delay it or, worst case, actually miss out on some of these projects because we haven't put ourselves in the best financial position. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Councillors, question?
How is it that we can compromise the timing of the project when still the underground power reserve the funding model still needs approval?
Questions on debate from other council members is in a way extending the debate. But look, I will allow it. I am conscious that sometimes the questions are coming in relation to what a council member has debated.
Because I want clarity on that, because it's not
Go
clear to
ahead
me.
then.
Through you, Mayor Cole, so your question is around the actual level of reserves in relation to the projects?
No. How would deferring a decision to put the underground power reserve, the 1.5 million into the reserve, actually slow down the project? Because ultimately this council still needs to approve the actual funding model.
Through you, Mayor Cole, yes. So essentially, if that decision was made in the next couple of months, they'll be fine. But if we indefinitely put it back in a surplus and we use those funds in next year's budget, then essentially we'd have to find that additional funds somewhere else. So if you were to defer them into surplus now and then in a month or two make a decision to transfer them back to reserve, that would work as well. But we essentially wouldn't be recommending putting them into next year's budget as an opening surplus to be spent on other sort of services.
Just given my next question is, administration did support this motion in this part of the motion. So I presume that probably does confirm what we've just said, that it wouldn't put us into any jeopardy.
Through you, Mayor Cole, so we supported it in relation to council going through the updated model next week, and then subject to that decision, then we'd put it to reserve after that meeting. So it's on the basis that it would go into reserve in the next month or two and not be sort of lost into opening surplus.
Councillor Gonchevsky.
Just a quick question. So where would the money go if it wasn't going into this reserve? It would just remain in municipal funds and sit in an opening surplus?
Through you, Mayor Cole, yes, that's correct. It would just sit in our closing surplus position for this year. And then if it wasn't transferred to the reserve, it would form part of the opening surplus for next year's budget.
And when is a council decision expected to be taken in relation to the funding model? Obviously, it will be raised at workshop, but workshops aren't decision-making forums. So do you have a timeline as to when this model might come back for council decision?
Through you, Mayor Cole, not at this point, but we would see it tying with the annual budget adoption in June. So it would really depend on the feedback from council at next week's workshop and how much further modelling administration would need to do to then further explore some of those options as well. So.
I do feel that this one is possibly just a bit about, does it sit here, does it sit there? But I do also think it's important for me to make it clear to the community that underground power is going to be a significant project for the city. And I'm supportive of us indicating that should it be needed, and the indications that we have to date is that this will be the amount that will be needed or more. In order to offer our residents the opportunity to have extended payback times for underground power, that I think having a transfer into reserve at this point in time is appropriate to essentially, flag this as an ongoing financial matter that warrants the city allocating funding towards. And I guess also noting, as per Councillor Castle's question, that in effect, when we get to the budget, we will be adopting a model and we will be able to undertake any further transfers into or out of reserves at that time. In relation to special condition F, look, I mean, I'm I want to be really clear that, you know, if you say you're going to buy cars in a year and the you want to order the car and it's not going to come into the next financial year, we still need to buy the car. We still need to replace the vehicle. We still have to do that, because if we choose not to do that this year, then we end up having to say, well, we're going to buy this year's cars and last year's cars in that next year. And I think it's prudent financial management for us to be able to, you know, smooth out our rates collection over time. And that if we say that we're going to do a capital project, that we either carry forward the funds for that capital project, or we have a public decision to say we're not going to do that capital project anymore. And we don't have any decisions coming forward in relation to these items. So I am supportive of moving funds into reserves going forward. I do accept that, you know, we're doing pretty well with our capital delivery at this point in time, but I guess increased rigor over time. Well, you know, I mean, I think we did a best effort last year, and I think we're tracking to deliver again, despite uncertain times. So, but at any rate, whatever our decisions are in terms of our capital expenditure for the next budget, I think that we at this point, we have said we're going to undertake certain capital projects. I see no reason that we're not going to continue them, and I don't have an item before me to say that we're not. So I think it's appropriate that we transfer that capital budget and tie it to the works we said we'd do next year by putting it in into reserve. So I am not supportive of the amendment in this instance.
Councillors, any further comments? Councillor Alexander.
Look, generally, I'd like to have as much information as possible when budgeting, so you can be certain of what you're doing. I understand, Reece, that there's on the 21st of March that we're going to get some advice on what underground power is going to cost. Is that correct? So, you know, I think deferring it for a month or so is neither here nor there. You know, I think that, you know, to do that is not a problem. So I don't have any problem with deferring that, and I can't see any real reason why you wouldn't. And, you know, I don't have any problem with deferring the other one as well, because that gives you some time to consider what you need to do, what is going to be real, so that you know, ratepayers' money is well spent and invested well and in a timely fashion. So I'm supportive of both motions.
Councillors, Councillor Hallett.
Through to the CFO, is there any difference in like interest rates and things depending on where the money's sitting with the underground power reserve versus municipal?
Through you, Mayor Cole. Yes, we're still working through essentially how we would essentially charge for those funds in reserve, just to make it equitable across everyone. So there's either a loss of interest.
Sorry, CFO, I think what Councillor Hallett is asking is, does the city receive higher interest on funds held in a reserve versus in municipal?
Through your Mayor Cole, it just really depends how they're invested. So if they're in term deposits, they'll be higher. It can be both a combination. Municipal funds could be in just in a cash or call account, or they could be in a term deposit. Generally, reserve funds are in terms of deposits, so they're generally higher, but it can be a combination of both. So,
Councillor Hallett, anything further?
No, just I don't really see any reason to be shuffling the money around, so I won't support the amendment.
Councillors, any further comments on the amendment? Look, just to add, it's just an interesting question. I've sent an email to the residents that wrote to me from Highgate East today, and one has come back to me saying that the reserve fund that was indicated in March 22 to be required to be in the order of 1 to 2 million, which implies there might be continuation of a levy to continue to build the reserve fund. Can you clarify for this for me, please? And I think that if we can help clarify that by saying this money is actually going straight into the reserve, and we've already got that 2.7, sorry, 2.2, sorry, the 2.2, that, you know, that might actually, I think it shows intent to residents that we are really trying to build the reserves. based on the modelling that we have seen, I can't foresee how the city could do what is required, a $76 million project, city's contribution, without building this reserve. Whilst we haven't finalised the details, I think all of the scenarios that we were looking at countenanced having something of significance in the underground power reserve. I understand, and I'm interested to hear more about what Macquarie Bank is offering, but I do really, see that we would normally be going to the WA Treasury Corporation to take out a loan, and I just can't see how Macquarie Bank would be competitive when you're looking at public works. We're actually going to WA Treasury Corporation to seek a very low rate because they're effectively supporting us to support our residents to deliver public work. So, and they would be low cost loans, not that much different to a sort of a credit card type loan, which often attracts some of the highest interest rates. But happy to hear about that proposal if there is one. I just feel that in terms of really demonstrating to the community that we are putting money into this reserve, we're already about to send letters out to residents in the Mount Hawthorn, North Perth project area to tell them that the transformer box locations are coming and that, things are actually happening on the ground. So it's not that this is something that's so far away. So I just, I also worry that if we don't adopt the budget until early July, I'm just much more comfortable to have it sitting in the underground power reserve. In relation to the second part, the response from administration talks about the Mount Hawthorn skate park as well as the vehicles, and that's an election commitment, those fundings. So I can't see how we could take a $200,000 election commitment and put it into municipal. That in and of itself would be very problematic. So again, that probably just goes back to my comments earlier about the way in which we plan our CapEx, and that those programs, so those projects, whilst they haven't, and assets, whilst they haven't had money expended, there's, for example, skate park, we've got an improved design. We've communicated that to the community after several consultations. We have an election commitment. If we didn't build it, which is supposed to happen by August, September at the latest, would be, I think, in significant, raising a significant issue there. So I guess that means I'm not supporting the amendment, but always happy to have this debate. I think it's very healthy to flesh out these issues in this chamber. Councillors, any further comments? Okay, I'll put the motion, but I will put it in two parts as requested by Councillor Motion. So I'm taking the vote in relation that Council by absolute majority, but subject to special condition E, approves the following amendments to the 2022-23 annual budget, with special condition E going to the issue of the 1.5 million into the underground power reserve. So can I just seek a vote in relation to that part of the resolution? All those in favour? All those against? I declare that lost. And in relation to the same opening statement, but in relation to special condition F, this is about the decision to transfer the over budgeted capital expenditure source from municipal funds. So we're talking about the 950,844. Can I have a show of hands? All those in favour? All those against? I declare that lost. We're back to the substantive. So if there are council members who haven't already spoken and wish to, could you please let me know? Okay, then I'll put the substantive motion. Yes, you do.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to clarify that I just can't support the motion in the substantive because of the reasons. I think that it's a unfair tax on residents. I think that we've been proven that we have taxed them ahead of schedule more than 12, 13, 14 years. I think that we really need to have a hard look at what we're doing. I think that these funds would have been better carry forward, because we can still make a decision before the budget as to whether to utilise it or have them offset future rates in the rate setting statement. So I won't support the substantive on the basis that I think it's just unfair to residents, and I'm trying to look out for their interests. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ipley. I'll put the vote. All those in favour of the substantive motion as amended, sorry, it wasn't amended. All those in favour of the substantive motion? All those against? Two against, I declare that carried. Thank you. That takes us to the next item on this evening's agenda, which is 12.4. The responses to motions carried at the annual general meeting of electors held on the 2nd of February 2023. Can I please have a mover for this item? Councillor Gontaszewski, did you just? Yep. Councillor seconder, Councillor Loden. Okay, I do have a proposal in the way that we can approach this item. Given that there are 20 motions, what I would like to do is to just go around the table to ask whether there are motions that council members would like to discuss or amend, but really fundamentally seeking to understand where there are motions that are where the recommendations are supported, and we can effectively note that those ones have been supported and then deal with debate or amendments to the remainder. So of those 20 motions, if I can just go around the table and ask councillors if there are any, perhaps we do it in the positive, are there any that you are comfortable to consider accepting the recommendation of council? We can frame a recommendation that says that council endorses the recommendation of administration on these items, and then we can debate others. Looking a bit lost there.
And maybe do it the other way around. What are the ones that we want
You
to
prefer
debate?
to do it that way? That's fine. Okay, that would probably work better then.
Could I just check what numbering system we're using? Because
It's the numbering system and the recommendation.
as in 7, 9,
No, motion 4.1, motion 4.2, motion 4.22, motion 4.3, etc. It's the forms the recommendation on the item.
Yeah.
Councillor Apollo, do you have a question? Oh, I'll just go around the table. Councillor Hallett,
4.8.
Councillor Castle,
No, on the assumption that those that were discussed will probably be pulled out by
Okay.
others.
we do have a series of amendments on the table, so that gives you an indication. Councillor Wallace, Councillor Apollo,
Yes, excluding ones subject to a motion on the table, 4.3 and 4.14. Thank you.
Councillor Loden, Councillor Alexander,
yes, 4.6, 4.11, 4.12, 4.152. Whoops, hang on. 4.163 and 4.164.
Mayor Cole, could I just point out that we did issue a replacement page. We received some proposed amendments from Councillor Alexander. The two related to Menzies Street being referred to the Stag and the speed bumps. We agreed that essentially procedural amendment made a lot of sense. So we've updated and included in the recommendation, which might be different to the one that you might have in Docs on Tap if you haven't got the latest. But Wendy can put that replacement page up on the screen so you can just see that we have already suggested adopting those two.
okay, so which numbers are they, CEO?
4.6 and 4.11.
Okay, so Councillor Apollo, sorry, Councillor Alexander, are you happy for those to no longer, so 4.6 and 4.11? Okay, anything further? Councillor Gontaszewski. Look, I'll just add 4.4, given that that's the subject of the petition that was raised and has been raised in the public gallery. Okay, so if we follow the same format, Wendy, the best way to deal with this may be if you could have a resolution that says that council accepts the recommendations in relation to the following items. And we can list those. Which would be CEO.
I'm just checking. So I think that would be, we've got no amendments or no council members seeking to discuss the following. So the essentially approved or on block items would be 4.1, 4.2, 4.22, 4.21 and 4.22. 4.5. We have already amended 4.6 as just discussed. 4.7 I think has been pulled out. No, 4.7 hasn't been pulled out. There's an amendment for 4.8, so then it would be to 4.13. 4.11, which we amended already. 4.13. And that's 4.13, 1 and 2, but they were raised for discussion by a member of the gallery. So just want to confirm that they stay to be moved on block. Then 4.15, 1. 4.16, 1 and 4.16, 2. There's an amendment on 16.3 and an amendment on 14.16, 4. So I might just check that Wendy's got those. Were you double checking that? Okay. Wendy, is that okay? I might just want to share screen that. And can zoom in very, very quickly. So 4.1, 4.2, 4.21, 4.22, 4.5, 4.7, 4.11, 4.13, 1 and 4.13, 2, 4.15, 1, 4.16, 1 and 4.16, 2.
I have a governance question. Are we able to move, second and vote on those items at this point? Yes. Yep, so we can. All right, so that we'll treat those like on block items as we do with the council meeting. Can I please have a mover and seconder to adopt the recommendation that council supports administration's recommendations in relation to those elector motions, moved by Councillor Castle, seconded by Councillor Loden. All those in favour? Declare that carried. So that then we'll just move through the rest in terms of approaching this, we do all have 5 minutes to speak. So what I would recommend is that we take the opportunity to speak generally to the electors' motions, and then we can take amendments. So councillors, I will just seek to understand if anyone would just like to generally speak. For example, I don't have amendments on the table, but I would like to just generally speak to the motion. Okay, so Councillor Loden, I'm just trying to remember who moved. Who moved was you? Would you like to start, Councillor Gonchevsky?
Thank you, Mayor Cole. Yes, I'd just like to say that I'm very pleased to support the motions that we just passed on block, and then also consider other motions put forward at our AGME this year. I think that the meeting was an excellent example of the community engaging with council, and I do think that there is a number of items here that there may be some additional work that's going to be undertaken and reports to come back to council in future, but I think that there is some really valuable investigations and action that will arise from them. And I think that we've already seen some of the motions that have been put forward have already been addressed or partially are being addressed as part of the city's ongoing work across a number of areas. So I'm happy to support the AGME responses to motions.
To the seconder? Who was the seconder? No, it was you.
We'll go with that and we can check the recording later, maybe. Then we'll have to come back and redo the whole meeting if we've got it wrong. My comment is just around the fact that we had two separate motions coming forward around traffic movements in precincts. And we do have this ongoing conversation where we say that there's enough, that the road is adequate because it's less than 3,000 vehicle movements a day. For context, that is 2 vehicles every minute driving down a street. If we are genuinely serious about creating safe, active streets for pedestrians, cyclists, and everybody to move around, then we really need to address that issue. And I don't think 3,000 vehicle movements a day is an acceptable metric. So I guess my overall comment around this is that we need to be looking at a lower standard, a lower benchmark to meet our community's expectations, because we are seeing that coming forward here at the AGM twice. I believe from recollection, we had one at the last meeting and the meeting before that, and we've had a number of petitions and so forth that have been submitted. It is very challenging, as we've seen from the petition that is opposed to the diagonal diversion and how we address this, but it is fundamentally an issue we're going to have to get on top of, because this isn't going away. We're not seeing any increased investment in the main thoroughfares throughout the city that are going to be able to increase the ability for cars to get around the place. And as a result, as we increase our density, as the population increases in the outer regions, we're going to see more and more cars coming through the city, and they are going to be funneling through our back streets at increasing rates. So I think the sooner we can get on top of this and come up with effective strategies across our precincts, the better. And I know we have been doing that in some spaces, and we need to progressively work that out across the whole of the city. I'm not proposing an amendment or anything like that, but I think that's just a more general comment that this is something that we need to address. And I don't particularly have a great solution to that, aside from putting great big barricades in the way to stop cars from cutting through. Thank you.
Councillors, any debate on the motions in their entirety?
I just think this year's AGM was a lot better than the year before. It was far more positive, and I think achieved a lot more than the one did the year before. So I thought it was an excellent meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. I agree. Look, I will speak to the motions. I'd just like to go to the 4.4, the Britannia Reserve Pathway first, which has been raised by Linda Harris, who's very passionate about this and has done a lot of work in getting some significant signatures onto petition, which has been presented to us this evening. Look, I do understand the conflict at Britannia. I think the paths when they were put in are very narrow. They're not shared path widths. And I can understand that, you know, there is a tension there when you've got cyclists, pedestrians, scooters, you name it. You know, we've got all sorts of modes of transport these days. I'm very conscious of the fact, though, that Britannia is a linking point between Mount Hawthorn and the principal shared path. I have observed a number of kids riding through Britannia Reserve en route to the principal shared path on course to Bob Hawke College, which is to the south. And I'm just not sure that the signage is going to prevent this. And I you know, note that the road traffic regs changed in, I think it was around, from memory, 2016, where all paths were deemed to be bike paths, and it was sort of a response from the state government, who wasn't really delivering many bike paths at the time. So I do wonder whether we actually need to look at something more than what's been recommended here. I can't put amendments, but I was thinking around whether we need to look at the current path usage by pedestrians and alternative transport, and actually consider whether we need to look at this as an access way and potentially even widen one part of the path so that it can accommodate different modes of, you know, riding, cycling, etc. I think when we see the skate park come, that's another consideration. In relation to the refund of rates, I have written to a number of residents today that have contacted me from Highgate East, and I just really go to this quite simple issue that when the Highgate East project happened, there was a loan that was taken out by the city at the time, and it was quite substantial. I will need to send an addendum to the email that I sent out to residents today. It was $3.7 million. And so the city did finance payback periods to Highgate East residents in the same way that we're seeking to finance payback periods to the remainder of City of Vincent residents. So we're not seeking Highgate East residents to pay towards underground power infrastructure because they've already done that. That will be the responsibility of those who are actually getting undergrounded power, and that will be based on the costs that Western Power provide to us, with each project being slightly different costings. Rating is a collective pursuit. We rate in the City of Vincent against a number of services, projects, outcomes that are holistically of benefit to the whole council, but it might not be that individuals use all aspects. I would be quite taken aback if someone had come to council and said, we'd like to have a refund on the rates component that's gone towards the library because I haven't borrowed a book for 10 years. I mean, part of it is that we're actually trying to be equitable here, actually trying to offer to those that haven't had the benefit of underground power the ability to have a payback period. So I see it as actually an equitable approach rather than something which is inequitable. And I'm really unsure of why this is seen as a problem for those in Highgate East, given that we've also been at lengths to explain that this is a rolling fund. The funds are going to go into a reserve. They'll be used to get us through one of the most extensive programs in our history, which is an extreme high cost to the city. And once we've ridden through that process, those funds will come back to the city. And there's a number of things that need to have money spent on them. I think our drainage strategy has been identified as a long-term program. We can see underspending on laneways and many other issues. So just really concerned that that's become quite a divisive issue in the Highgate East community, when effectively we are offering that same payback period that we offered to Highgate East residents. And I do just want to address the motion that's in relation to the mayor being the spokesperson and not being permitted to go to JDAP meetings and speak as the mayor unless I have a resolution of council. This is not my understanding of the Act and the role of the council, of the mayor. The role is broad. I have the role of presiding at meetings. I provide leadership and guidance to the community in the district. I carry out civic and ceremonial duties. I speak on behalf of the local government. The speaking on behalf of the local government does not override all other roles. The role is broad. It's as defined in the Local Government Act under Section 2.8. It includes all elements listed there. They say "and" at the end of each clause. So acting as a spokesperson does not preclude me from performing my other roles under the Act. When I've gone to the JDAP meeting, I have not stated that I'm here to represent a view of the council. I have simply said that I am here to speak on behalf of the submitters. So, for example, with the JDAP submission, development application with Bunnings, we had 330 submissions, of which 309 were objections from community members. Similar results with Celsius, where community members asked me to attend and speak on their behalf. I can't see how this is an issue. It's not a legal issue. I'm performing my function under the Act. That's supported by administration. I often like to have a chat with Tony Brown at Welga, who's an expert in governance as a governance manager there, and he concurred that the role is broad as defined under the Act, and that there is nothing to prevent me going to the JDAP to provide leadership and guidance to the community in the district, which is my role under the Act. I would just like to add that I do see a pattern emerging here at each AGM where motions are brought forward particular to me, which seem to suggest there is a conduct issue. And I am noting that, and it's most unwelcome and unwarranted. So I'd just like to state that on the record. Next speaker, please.
Could I just ask a question about that? Because I'm trying to understand these JDAP matters and how it all works. Because, you know, I'm surprised that, you know, as mayor, like Bunnings, as I understand, hasn't been brought up once at council that I'm aware of. So there's been no discussion of Bunnings. And then what you're saying is it's okay for the mayor to then go to JDAP and then basically speak on behalf of the council But
As I said, I did not purport to speak on behalf of the council. I have a role that is broader than speaking on behalf of the council as defined in the Act. That's my response to your question. If you'd like to ask governance a question, you're welcome to.
yeah, okay, well, I'll ask governance the question, because I'm just surprised that anyone can go and, because you represent the council.
I represent the council as the spokesperson. I represent the broader community as the mayor as defined in the Act.
Okay, could I just ask then, when you do go, do you say you're not representing the council or the council's opinion, or?
I haven't done, but just to give you an example, and when I went to speak to the JDAP on the Bunnings matter, all of my reference points were to adopted council policies. I'm speaking in relation to the city's strategy, the Pickle District Place Plan. I'm talking to council adopted policy. At no point have I stood up and said, I'm here to represent a view of the council. I wouldn't do that because two of our council members are sitting on the JDAP and considering the matter independently. If you have any further questions, administration can take them. Councillors, any further debate on the motions? General debate? Okay, we'll move to the moving of amendments. Anyone that would like to go first? Councillor Hallett.
Thank you. This is in relation to motion 4.8 chemical sprays. The current recommendation is to not support the motion, and I'm proposing to amend the recommendation to support for further investigation, if I can get a seconder.
Seconded by Councillor Loden. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is just for administration to provide a report to council by June 2023 on options and costs for further reduction in the use of glyphosate. I've got the reason detailed there around some of the ecological impacts and the fact that there is disagreement among experts around the impact on human health, but there is limited evidence in humans for the carcinogenicity of glyphosate, sufficient in animals, but there is some positive associations with non-Hodgkin lymphoma in humans. And it would be good, I think, for us to take a precautionary principle approach to this and explore options to progress towards elimination where possible.
Councillor Loden.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very impressed with the notice of motion. I've never seen one with 9 references, I believe. I think, and the last time I saw one with not 9, it was actually Councillor Hallett who put that one forward as well. I'm not going to add anything to the science here. It's clearly well researched. I guess my comment is more that over the last 7 and a bit years, I've had multiple residents asking and that we ban glyphosate in the city. It's increasingly becoming an expectation of our community. And I agree with the principle, the precautionary principle, that we do need to find a way to get to zero. And so I think this sets us on a path to find a way to do that. And let's plan it out now to figure out how we can get there so that we don't end up in a situation where we have a snap decision to ban it and end up in a very difficult situation for how we manage weeds across the city of Vincent.
Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm supportive of this amendment for many of the same reasons that have already been outlined. I think it's also really consistent with our position on glyphosate in the city. Whenever this has been raised, and as Councillor Loden said, it's often, the position has always been that our goal is to eliminate, but that we haven't had sufficient evidence or sufficient alternatives to replace that. But that's an excuse we can probably give forever and a day. And if our goal really is to eliminate, then we need to be moving in that direction and doing some positive work to plan for that.
Thank you. Councillors, any further debate on the amendment? Okay, I'll put it. All those in favour? I declare that carried unanimously. We're back to the substantive. Next amendment, please. Councillor Apollo.
It's a question that might give rise to an amendment. It was one of the ones that I raised. It's the number is down the order. Sorry. Yeah, 4.3. was it 4.3? Yeah, it's, sorry, I've lost the, I've lost my bearings. I'll come back to me then. Where's that? Thank you. 4.3. So this is the one about the citizenship. Let me get my notes. 4.3. Okay. Yeah, I'm supporting this motion, but in that I'm sensitive to Indigenous feelings about or to Australia Day. But I think there was some mixed feelings when this came up in the AGM in terms of the number of voters. It wasn't a unanimous thing. I think some of the, so I want to acknowledge some of the sentiments of the community at the time through subsequent discussions. I think, I've expressed and tabled my opinion on this when Councillor Loden first raised this in a previous thing, and that was totally supportive of moving away from citizenship on Australia Day. However, I also feel that we also don't want to have a slight on European arrivals, that being the day that is acknowledged as the day that the Europeans arrived. I wouldn't want any Europeans coming to this country who become citizens feeling that there is something wrong with being a citizen on the day in which their ancestors came here. So I just want to be also acknowledge and be respectful for other people in the community that may not prefer this change. That said, I also felt that the best way to deal with this problem so that everybody isn't offended is to pick a day where Indigenous Australians could nominate a day where they felt most proud of this nation, and that, not to say that that should be a semi or quasi Australia Day celebration, but certainly one which is significant to their calendar. And that way there's some reason to move it to another day and not just not Australia Day, which, like I said, could be an insult to Europeans that come here. So whilst I will support this because I am very sensitive to Indigenous Australians' feelings, I do want to acknowledge that, this is a divisive issue to some members. It was reflected in the AGM. I'm going to support it, but I do want to acknowledge that there's counter arguments for other people. And I'd hope that we could move to something where someone actually proposes a good day that Indigenous Australians actually sanction to say, this is the day we would love to have this new arrivals celebrated in terms of their citizenship.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Apollo. Any further, sorry, so you're not moving an amendment? You just wish to speak to that? Okay. All right, can I have the next amendment, please? We've got some on the table here, variety of colours still to go. Councillor Alexander, do you wish to move any of your amendments?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I would. No, I'm not sure about the one with returning the rates, given that I understand you've put out a letter today, which I'm not fully across.
I did email it to all council members.
No, I didn't say you didn't. I just said I wasn't across it. Because I was, anyway, that doesn't matter. So the amendment is there, which is, to ensure that people that have underground power don't get charged a second time. So, I'm certainly happy to stand by the amendment. And
so you wish to put the amendment?
Yes, I do.
Okay, is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by, it's on the orange. Yeah.
Purple. They're the same. They're the same.
Okay, orange or purple, choose your colour.
So that was just
That's one less amendment to deal with.
Yes.
All right, so orange or purple, seconded by Councillor Apollo. Go over back to you, Councillor Alexander.
Oh, no, I'm just saying it is a principle that people shouldn't be charged twice for the same thing. I know there is a potential service there. If they paid for it, that's fine, but they shouldn't be asked to pay for it again. So that's pretty much it.
Councillor Apollo?
Yes, supportive of the motion. I just think that, like I said before, there is some inequity around what's happened in the past, but the past was decided a majority. I do feel that these amendments are warranted because it does give a bit more credence to some of those concerns rather than just glossing over them. I think it's good to acknowledge the points that have been added here. And whilst this amendment doesn't actually say that or is in favour of returning rates, I think they're still worthwhile amendments and I would support them as is.
Councillors, comments on the amendment? Councillor Gontszewski.
Just to confirm from administration in that they note that they have supported this amendment and that it is in effect in line with the proposed program for consideration around underground power modelling. I got a nod there, so I'm just going to go with yes. Look, I'll support the amendment because I think the wording of the amendment is agnostic on the motion. I'm not necessarily sure that it does provide anything in addition to what was there in 11.1. But I also see that at this point in time, all of those dot points are not untrue. So I'm happy to put additional information in the response. And noting that this in no way reflects my position in relation to the rate in the dollar that we chose our council to apply to in last year. This is just about what's to come.
Thank you, Councillor Gontszewski. Councillors, any further comment on the amendment? I would just sort of agree with Councillor Gontszewski that what is said here is quite different to the sort of sentiment that's gone with the debate, because if it is about the fact that there's an inequity and that residents have been asked to pay again, that's not what the amendment says. And that I would fundamentally disagree with, because I've gone to some lengths to talk this evening about the fact that Highgate East residents were provided with the option of a payback period, and that the City of Vincent at the time took out a significant loan which they paid interest on to help fund the payback period. That is what is being proposed for the remainder of our residents. So I see this not as an inequity issue but as an equity issue. The motion itself just talks about what we haven't yet done and what will soon to happen. But if the underwriting sentiment here is that there's been some unfairness or that there's been double charging, I just fundamentally disagree with that. And I go back to the fact that the 2.1% is to fund the rolling fund, the loan to residents, in the same way that Highgate East have had, that residents do need to understand that we are a community, that rates is a collective pursuit, and that we have to fund programs that may not be in your locality one year. You may not choose to use them. The taxation system, the rating system is based on the fact that we are a government and we're the provider of services. We're not, whilst you might pay to enter Beatty Park, and that is more of a business, we are not a fee-for-service organisation. We are a local government providing a range of services that residents may or may not choose to take up or see the benefit of in any given year. So I don't have the problem with what's written on the page. I do have an issue with the way that it's been presented in debate. That part I fundamentally disagree with. The motion itself is quite innocuous. Councillors, any other commentary? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Next amendment, please.
Motion 4.152, commercial waste. The council was just asked at the annual general meeting, obviously, why commercial businesses were charged for a non-provided service. And the amendment is to replace the recommendation with that the council notes, although the commercial rate in the dollar was frozen for 2 years, and the commercial rate in the dollar is 90% lower than for residential rates, the average commercial rates have gone up by 10.17% in the 3 years since the last GRV review, and that's comparable with the increase in the average residential rates, which increased by 10.9% in the same period. Although commercial rates increased by 7.6 in 22-23, the city stopped collecting commercial waste in 2021 at an ongoing annual saving of approximately 920,000, and that this ongoing saving has not been passed on to owners of commercial properties. And so what the motion that was passed at the AGM simply asked the council to explain why businesses are charged for a service that is not provided, and to advise how much money was collected but not refunded to businesses in 2021-22. The response from the administration doesn't really address the motion, simply quotes two facts, perhaps in an attempt to make out that businesses are better off, which they're not. All this amendment is doing is clarifying the statement about commercial rate in the dollar being 19% lower than residential. And secondly, answering the second part of the motion that was put, and that is there's about a saving of 920,000 per annum.
Sorry, I just realised that you've gone straight into that, but Councillor Uplow, you seconding. Keep going, Councillor Alexander.
Well, I'm pretty much done. They were charged for a service that they weren't provided, and then there was a saving of 920,000, which wasn't returned to them.
Councillor Uplow.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I'm always about governance and transparency. If no one had noticed, what I think is misleading in the response here, and why I think the amendment is a good one, is that we can't just look at to say that the rates in the dollar for commercial rates is lower than residential rates, because it's misleading. You need to also, the rates as a function of GRV and the rates in the dollar, and the GRV for commercial properties is significantly higher compared to residential. So when you talk about the true rates and you want to compare like for like, you can't just look at the rate in the dollar. You need to look at it with GRV. So it's a little bit. I know it wasn't intended, but in my view, it's misleading. But the amendments do talk to filling out and better responding to the questions of the residents at the AGM. So I'm in support of this amendment. Thanks.
Councillor Castle and then Councillor Loden.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not supportive of this amendment. I don't think that the stating what the rates in the dollar in as part of the motion really adds anything to it. That's information that's contained in the report. I also note, having been on council when this decision was made, that there were a number of factors as to why we decided to cease the provision of commercial waste as a service. It's important to note that it's not a service that local government is required to provide, unlike residential waste. But it was also as a result of considering the service and the effectiveness of it, and concluding that it was not, that the council was not able to provide an efficient and cost-effective solution for the community and for the commercial businesses, and that many of them were already seeking other alternatives anyway. It was also, to my mind, what was very pertinent in that discussion was that the commercial waste service was being significantly subsidised by residential rates, and that removing that was an attempt to redress that inequity. It's been the theme of tonight. So I don't see this as commercial businesses being charged for a service that they're no longer providing. This is an adjustment to how we operate in relation to commercial waste. We did recognise in the first year that there would be some initial transition impacts to our businesses, and that we wanted to smooth that for them by providing the rebate, but at no time did we make any representations about continuing that. And I think if we were to do that on an ongoing basis, we would simply be perpetuating the subsidy that is being provided by residential rates by continuing to provide that money to the businesses. So I don't support this amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a query on the first one. So it refers to average commercial rates have been gone up by 10.17% in the last 3 years, whereas residents is 10.97%. But then the comments below refer to a 5.8% compared to 11.8% increase. So I was just wanting to, what is said in the administration's comment probably more aligns in my understanding of the numbers, but not the specifics. So I just wanted to get a comment from administration on those specifically.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Cole. So the comments we provided is essentially the last 3 years from before the last GRV evaluation. Whereas I think the comments above are looking more at the last 2 years. So if you do look at the last 3 from before the last GRV revaluation went through, those are the numbers it's presenting, essentially 5.8 and 11.8. But the comments above more closely align with the last 2 years worth of rating movements.
So what happened in that intervening year?
Through Mayor Cole, I think there was a reduction with the GRV. So I think essentially commercial rates went down with the GRV valuations in the first year. But if you're comparing like with like, you need to look at before the GRV revaluations to what they are now to get that full spectrum of 3 years and see the movement over that period of time.
So maybe to parrot that back, so effectively the gross rental value of residential properties went up by a greater proportion than commercial properties, and as a result, commercial properties made a smaller contribution overall compared to residential properties on a like-for-like basis.
Through your Mayor Cole, yeah, without specifically the details, yeah, there was definitely a higher adjustment, I think, to residential than there was to commercial use.
I mean, from my point of view, the second one is an accurate reflection of what happened there. I agree. I was on council at the time. I agreed with that decision. I think that was the correct decision to make. The first one, I think, probably misrepresents the reality and confusing it in the GRV process that we have going on at the city as well. So I'm not supportive of the first part of that motion.
Councillors, any further comments? From my perspective, I feel that this decision was made some time before in a fully transparent public meeting process where we've outlined our reasons for decision. I'm not really quite sure why we're re-prosecuting something that has a council process attached to it, that has a council resolution, that has, you know, gone through consultation with businesses post the change being made 1 year later. So I don't support the amendment because I feel that council has an adopted position on this, that we've seen it through, we've made the decision. I don't see why it would be necessary or what this adds in that context. Councillors, any further comments? Councillor Apollo, a question?
Yep, thank you. I don't see what was administration's recommendation. So I read it, but it's not clear to me whether they're supporting it or not.
Through Mayor Cole, we haven't said support or not support in our comment there. It's really up for council. The 16.2 and 6.3. 16.3 are statements with a certain view on what may or may not have occurred. We provided what we consider the current rating difference between commercial and residential, and we've done that over a 3-year period.
Through you, Mayor Cole, I'll just add as well, there's actually no recommendation for administration, so there's nothing for us to support. They're purely just statements that council is noting. So,
councillors, any further debate on the amendment? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? I declare the amendment lost. Next amendment, please.
Sorry, seconder.
Okay, so we have the green, seconded by councillor Gonchevsky.
Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is represent some of the ratepayers that turned up at the annual general meeting to ask a few questions, and just get them a few answers. So nothing more than that. And so some of the suggestions for the e-waste drop-off facilities were that perhaps the amendment could be adjusted to have a 6-month trial of e-waste drop-off at the library in Beatty Park, and a report presented to the council at the end of the trial to see how that went, and then the administration to promote the trial in the media. The city's committed to a zero waste landfill by 2028. E-waste doesn't go in the recycling bin and doesn't go in the FOGO bin, so it must go in the general waste bin at the moment, which then goes to landfill. So just a suggestion that simply telling them that they've got to put the e-waste in special areas. They're not going to drive to Marla Park or Balcatta or anywhere. So perhaps the library and Beatty Park might be of value.
Thanks, Councillor Alexander. Councillor Apollo. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gonchevsky.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. Look, I appreciate the commentary from administration in relation to that there are other locations where people can drop off e-waste and that it can be prone to, I guess, dumpster diving. That said, I do also think that this approach that's put forward here, ultimately, where a person has to hand over said e-waste to a member of staff that then goes into a bin that can then, I think this was suggested in the chamber last week, be taken up to the depot. I have to say, I feel that in the absence of clearly identifiable e-waste receptacles at supermarkets, of which we've been advised why they're not appropriate, I think this isn't a bad idea, and it's a trial. And if we see that there's problems with oversupply, etc., then the trial can be stopped. And I think the other thing that I think is important here is that I think, unlike some of the other items that won't fit in a small 140 litre red top bin, a lot of e-waste will fit in that bin. And I do see that there's a risk that that will end up in the general waste stream, and more so than other items that might end up on a Verge Valet collection. So, yep, I'm supportive of this amendment.
Councillor Castle.
Thank you. I have a question. Has administration had any opportunity to budget what this might cost, or at least ballpark what the cost of this trial would be?
Through the chair, no.
I also have a question. Would it be possible, if this was adopted by council tonight, that there could be a size limitation on what could be accepted at the e-waste drop-off points, given the administration's concerns about computer screens and large TVs and the impact that would have us, in the sort of foyer areas at the library and Beatty Park?
To the chair, it could have any number of limitations to it. It just needs to be clearly articulated in the rules and advertised that if there was a drop-off, there potentially would be a size limit, understanding that some items may be a heavy lift, and so there's a risk in respect to dealing with those issues. Yes, we could make limitations, need to be looked at logistically, size of storage bins and the like, particularly if people start bringing in large clunky items such as TVs or computer monitors, computers and the like.
Councillors, Councillor Hallett.
If this was to go ahead, would administration have any preference for alternative locations to the library and Beatty Park, such as this building?
I think that would be the case. I think Beatty Park is probably not an appropriate location to trial that, nor the library. This building probably has a better opportunity in respect to having a large skip bin available for that sort of material.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in two minds. I do support the intent of it. I think we need to make recycling options easy for our community, and that will help to improve that diversion rate. I do note that it was mentioned in the report that in addition to Tamala Park and Balcatta, there are a number of private options such as Officeworks, which surround the city, where people can drop e-waste. So we aren't talking about massive distances that people would have to travel at the moment. I'm a bit reluctant to vote for a motion that proceeds straight to 6 months trial without any information about what it will cost and what the impacts would be. But I would support something that investigates the possibility of a trial. I know that delays it further, but it's not our usual practice to just head straight into a trial without considering what those costs are and what the alternatives might be. So I'm not going to support it on the way it's written, but perhaps if another version came through, I might.
Councillor Apollo.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is an excellent idea. We view ourselves as progressive, especially a progressive local government, particularly in relation to the environment. I think we're proud of that record. I think that this amendment initiated by the residents and added to by Councillor Alexander is something that should be supported. To the extent that excuses or reasons for not doing it would be the size of the items, i.e. the scope of what's accepted, or the budget, the cost. We could easily amend this to have this include, because I think the leeway to start this wouldn't be for months anyway. So the trial could start in next financial year, and therefore the costs could be included in the budget. So the trial could start in July, and the scope. I think it's more than credible that administration can determine what type of scope of size of items could be included in this. And so I think there is scope here, rather than just rejecting it outright, that we should put in the time to do an amendment to make sure that people are happy, because I think it's, reducing e-waste in landfill is too important. And I think it's something that has a lot of merit.
Yes, Councillor, my preference would probably be that we don't have such a prescriptive recommendation, because I think even the response from administration talks about the fact that Wellga does fund drop-offs, and I think that's another positive option, because drop-offs will allow for people to bring sizable items, and we have had drop-offs on different items in our car park. We've used it for donations, and we've used it for waste paint and hazardous materials, etc. in the past. So I support the intent. I just wonder whether it would be better for us to consider this as part of the budget, where we actually have an idea of what sort of option would be best, what's available, how we're going to contain these goods. And it is also, in terms of, I just can understand from a sort of waste team management perspective and a communications team perspective, like there is actually a lot that goes into this when you're actually trying to alert the community to a new service. It's not without its workload, like there is a sort of reasonable workload that does come with this. So I'm keen to support the intent that council can look at this through the budget and get some options and deal with have options for e-waste, but I'm less inclined to be subscriptive at this point in terms of it going straight to a trial at a very specific location. Councillor Apollo, Councillor Layden.
Normally you're confusing me with Councillor Kontrashevsky. But I'm supportive of this as an idea. I think it's a fair commitment to say that I think it's sufficiently general, aside from the specificity around the drop-off locations. I agree with the feedback from administration that there might be a better location. But other than that, it's pretty general, aside from committing us to doing a 6-month trial, which, to be honest, you could do in 10 years' time if you wanted to, based on this current. And so it gives you a fair bit of generality in it as well. And I think we would be doing any promotion via social media and so forth of anything we were doing. This feels like it's an additional item in the waste strategy, an additional project. So I would be happy to support this. I guess the query would be if I would be supportive of it if we could take out the at the library and Beatty Park component of it, basically. And then I think that's good to go from my perspective.
Yeah, look, I agree, up to administration, I guess, where they think the best place to receive e-waste is.
We are quite deep into this debate, so I do just need to go to governance to say, is it too late with the consent of the mover and seconder to remove the words at the library and Beatty Park?
I don't believe so. I think it's appropriate.
So as the mover, Councillor Alexander, would you agree to the removal of the words at the library and Beatty Park? And would the seconder agree to that? Okay, so we have just made that slight tweak to the recommendation before you. Any further comments? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? There are none against. It's carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. Just with the yellow, the point I was trying to make with this one.
Before you get there, it's been seconded by
Oh,
Councillor
sorry,
Floyd.
that again.
It's been seconded. Go ahead.
Just the point I was trying to make is under where it says the council requests the code of conduct to be amended to include the following statement. While it is accepted that elected members have the right to speak on the issues in a personal capacity, they must not give the impression they're speaking on behalf of the councillors unless the council has formally adopted a position on that issue. That was just a point I was looking to carry on behalf of whoever put this in the annual general meeting.
To the seconder.
No, I support the amendment and I don't have anything else to say.
Councillors, Councillor Loden.
I don't support the amendment, and to be honest, I'm a bit frustrated with these these types of proposals coming to the AGM. I take offence at them, and they're not even directed at me. It feels very adversarial to me and not appropriate. And I'm disappointed that came forward as a motion from a member of our community, and I'm kind of disappointed that it's now getting supported by members of this council as well. I think it's very clear the mayor has two roles in this context. She's a spokesperson for the council, but she's also a representative of the community. We do not want to be trying to prevent the mayor from speaking on behalf of the community. That is her role. It's clear under the Act, and if we start to shoehorn that process, even if we can, it's going to result in negative outcomes for us because we won't have this ability to do stuff. What if something happens tomorrow and we don't have a resolution from council, and so therefore the mayor is not permitted to speak on something? That would be a disaster. When we're sitting there and we've got to sit around silently for a month with no communications coming out because it's not an adopted position of council. I mean, that would be an absolute joke. We would look like absolute fools. So I am not supportive of this amendment at all, and I'm really disappointed to see this come forward as well.
Could I answer that, please?
It's unless it's a question, you can wait until the right of reply. Councillor Gonchevsky.
Look, I echo Councillor Loden's comments. I also think in terms of the wording, I just want to make it clear that whilst I recognise that there are dual roles, the wording in this amendment is not something I can support because ultimately councillors don't have the right to speak on behalf of the local government or purport that we have the right to do so. That role is one of the hats worn by the mayor and not worn by councillors. So we can talk about what the council adopted position is, but we cannot speak on behalf of the local government. It's not our role under the Act. So I think the seeking to have clarity actually potentially creates confusion, and I don't believe that that's warranted. I don't believe that any additional clarity is warranted over and above our existing policy positions. And I think this potentially creates confusion of what those policy positions are and what our roles are as set out under the Act.
Councillors, any further comments? Look, I did speak to this at the outset, and I've outlined my position pretty clearly there. I would just say to council members that if you really are seeking to represent community members and that you're concerned about JDAP members' meetings, come and join me at those meetings. Come and represent your community, because I'm doing that and I'm very proud of doing that at those meetings. And I think I have added a lot of value in those forums, and I'm really proud of the ability that I have amassed some information on planning in my time, and that I'm able to take that to the JDAP meeting and put arguments forward that meet the objectives of the planning framework, that demonstrate that I have learnt about planning in my almost 10 years in local government, and that I'm representing the views put forward by community members who take significant time to provide written submissions and to come to those JDAP meetings. And again, I thank you, Councillor Loden, because I do feel that this is quite targeted. The Act is clear, and this is completely unnecessary and unwarranted, as I said earlier. Councillors, any further debate? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that lost. Are there any further amendments this evening? Councillor Arpalau.
It's a question that may give rise to an amendment. It was 414. The question to administration firstly was that the way that in relation to how this is worded, it says council requests administration review the Hyde Park Conservation Plan when developing the Hyde Park Master Plan. My question is, wouldn't it be appropriate that the Hyde Park Conservation Plan be done before the Hyde Park Master Plan, because it would inform the master plan? It would provide constraints about what should be done based on a conservation perspective. So just could I get clarity on that?
Through the chair, I would say that the existing conservation plan for Hyde Park would, to a degree, inform the development of the master plan, and through that process, and looking at that overall and overarching picture, that any changes from the existing would be recommended through that process, and that would drive the conversation. So the master plan would be more specific, overarching consideration of that space. The conservation plan has a specific goal of preserving the heritage of that space. So it's a part of the master plan.
Perfect. And this is where I'm going with this. The second part of this, which could give rise to a motion, is question is, if you have a conservation plan, isn't that the document that's needed to go and fund the potential funding from the Heritage Council, which is the nature of the residents' request? So if we did the conservation plan, we could use that to then go and get funding from the Heritage Council, which would address some of the issues that the resident was looking for.
Through the chair, two issues in respect to that. The current conservation plan can be used as a basis for seeking funding for initiatives that are in alignment with the conservation plan as it stands. I think Mr. Visco was looking specifically at trying to obtain funding to fund the review or a new conservation plan, and use that as obtain funding for its review or the renewal of the plan. I understand that was the direction.
My last question is, would administration support a potential amendment that says something to the effect that the council requests that administration review the Hyde Park Conservation Plan before developing the Hyde Park Master Plan, and that it seeks funding from the Heritage Council as soon as possible?
Without understanding where the current resourcing is to bring that forward and what the opportunity cost might be in respect to bringing that forward and what projects might drop off as a consequence, I couldn't necessarily answer that question, albeit starting a consultation process prior to the master plan about seeking community comment on the review of the conservation plan might be a worthy aim beforehand. But it really comes down to resourcing at this stage.
Okay, sorry, I have another question. I did say it was the last one, but does Heritage Council provide funding for us to prepare the conservation plan?
The Heritage Council provides funding for a range of things, which could include a conservation plan review. It's a competitive process, so you'd need to be able to prepare an application and be competitive in that space.
I'm flagging a potential amendment, but I'll just wait to see what the general feel in the room is.
Just to check, I've spoken on the broader motion. That's what we're currently talking about. So in the absence of an amendment coming forward, I don't believe I can speak on this matter. So I would suggest you may want to bring an amendment forward for those of us that already spoken, or not bring it forward. It's up to you. But I think, yeah, I can't just talk about this one because I've already spoken about the broader item.
Has anyone, I think if your intent is to move an amendment, we just have to have it tabled.
Okay, I was hoping to get the general thing to save us going through that, but fine, I'll if I can propose an amendment that changes the word when to before, and after the last bit, strategy, and requests council apply for Heritage Council funding to further the end of this motion as soon as possible, or as soon as practical.
Is there a seconder for the amendment?
Through Mayor Cole, just to comment on the timing for Councillor Apollo. The Heritage Council opens rounds, so there's a period, it'd be annual and would apply during the period that the applications are open.
Yes, I'm happy with as soon as practical.
Do we get a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Gontaszewski. Okay, can we please just start to get a bit of pace happening, because we still have many items to deal with, and it is 9:20, and I notice that we've still got Harold Street residents and others waiting. Councillor, do you wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Gontaszewski.
I support the amendment.
Okay, any further debate? Okay, all those in favour of the amendment? The amendment is carried. We're back to the substantive. Is there any further debate from those who haven't already debated? Are there any last amendments? I did flag with you the Britannia Reserve pathway. If there's no amendment to come forward on that, I'll just let Linda know that I will raise that through the budget process.
May I just ask a question? Because the current wording says to request administration complete the survey and implement any required safety improvements. Would such a survey include reviewing the width of the path and its appropriateness for the types and volume of use that it is currently subject to?
In the absence of the manager engineering appearing on the screen, yes.
I think it could be interpreted quite broadly, so perhaps that's sufficient. And if not, oh look, Luke is here. Hello, manager. Have you been following the questions on this item? It's really that we've received the petition this evening, that we've said that we will deal with the petition through motion 4.4, which is on the same subject matter. Can we interpret required safety improvements broadly to consider things like the current path usage and what sort of solutions that we could come up with to avoid conflict between users?
Through Chairman Cole, yes, we can, through the condition survey, look at the width.
Okay, and that would include things like the width of the path and measures that would address issues around conflict between users?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Is it being broadly interpreted? Councillor Castle.
I'll be very quick because I just want to add to that the width of the path was something that was considered as part of the. No, but I haven't spoken, generally,
Go ahead.
so I'm going ahead.
Free. Speak for 5 minutes, but please
no,
don't.
I won't. That we did consider the width of the path as part of the skate working group project, and whether that could be accommodated in the budget, whether it would be necessary with increased usage. So I think that is a very good idea to include that as part of that condition survey, or as perhaps as part of the solution to be proposed, because that was certainly something that was contemplated as part of that project.
Okay, thank you. So it appears we've come to the end of the AGME motions. I just did ask for some help with framing the rest of the resolution, because we do have motions that haven't been amended. For example, the Australia Day one, which was discussed, we've had amendments that haven't passed. So can we just have a form of words on the screen as to how we adopt the remaining motions?
It would be that, oh, it's coming. Oh, okay. Hopefully my mind is the same as that.
So we should have a series of amendments that have already been adopted or not, or haven't passed, which won't feature there. So those that have passed and been carried, and then we'll have the remainder that haven't been amended that we still need to adopt.
Through the chair, it would be that the recommendations as amended for items and specified be adopted.
Can I ask a question in relation to that? We haven't actually voted on any of the remaining motions, whether they've been amended or not.
But we would do that as a collectively. That's what I'm saying, that we actually
So
need
we're going to
to
have three different.
We've got the initial batch, if we call it that, that
Yeah.
was approved.
Yeah.
We've got some that have been amended and we've got some that haven't been amended that we need to
Okay.
adopt.
So two more to go.
So that's what we're
Yeah,
trying to
okay.
deal with here. So, yep, 4.3, 4.4, 4.8 has been amended, so that's covered. 4.12. These haven't yet been adopted. Yep. No, this should be as recommended. Motions as recommended, recommendations as recommended.
Sorry,
And
Chair.
it's already late and we've
I
still got so far to
understand.
go.
If we treat it similar to how you would treat the substantive motion in a normal amendment, we're now at a stage of adopting the remainder of the motion. So there was an en bloc for the first part. So they're all adopted already. Now we're adopting the substantive, which was the substantive would have been that the motions for those motions that were withdrawn for comment be adopted. They were then amended, and then the motion would now be a substantive, which would be that the motions as amended, item numbers, be adopted by council. And that's the simple way of dealing with it, because the amendments are specified above and will be quantified in that motion.
I did request earlier if we could have something ready. I just would have liked it to be really clear. So I don't know whether we can just continue to, can we just see the first part of the motion, and apologies. We'll come straight to your item following this. You won't have to wait any longer than you already have. So motions as recommended, endorsed motions as recommended. For items, this is my recollection of where we got to, 4.3, 4.4, 4.12, 4.14. I know that's been amended, apologies, not 4.14. 4.52, 4.164. I just want to make sure we've got all motions covered.
What happens if we agree with some of those but not the others?
We've already debated them. Yep. You can vote against it if you don't support that. Okay, we'll vote on them separately. Are we clear that we've got all motions covered in this resolution? Okay, we can go through and vote on them individually. Can we get the numbers up on the screen, Wendy?
Excuse me, Mayor. If it makes it easier, because I don't want to hold this up to do it individually. The only one that I'm not sure about which way I'm voting is the 4.12.
Appreciate that, Councillor Opolo, but there's actually 8 council members in the room, so they might not all share the same view as
Okay,
you.
well, all I'm requesting is when we get to 4.12, can we put it up on the screen so I know what I'm voting for? Thanks.
Which number? Which number? 12 point what? That's all. That one's been dealt with. Okay, so can we just quickly do this, please? This is really taking a long time. Okay, all those in favour of item 4.3 as recommended? All those against? Councillor Alexander, did you vote? Okay, that's unanimous. All those in favour of motion number 4.4, Britannia Reserve Pathway? All those against? That's unanimous. All those in favour of motion
through the item 4.8 is the next item as amended.
But if we've amended it, then haven't we already thought that forms part of the substantive already? We're just dealing with motions that haven't been amended. Where did we land with 4.12 that was amended?
It's 4.164.
Sorry, Director.
4.164.
4.164. Have we missed one though, I think? And we've missed 4.152. Well, I think we need to deal with 4.152 commercial waste. So all those in favour as recommended? All those against? 4.152 commercial waste. I'm going to put the vote, all those in favour. All those against? Councillor Iapolo. .152, the council notes that commercial rates have been frozen for 2 years and rate in the dollar is 19% lower than for residential rates. With no amendment. Okay, Councillor Apollo and Councillor Alexander voting against that one. Next is motion 4.163 has been amended. So next is motion 4.164 Code of Conduct. All those who support the recommendation. All those who vote against. It's part of the recommendation before you in Docs on Tap. Okay, so I'm putting the vote in relation to motion 4.164. All those in favour as recommended? All those against? That was unanimous. That concludes the item, but I just want confirmation from administration that we've captured every single elector's motion this evening.
Wendy, get us down to 20 motions there.
Excuse me, Mayor Cole, or governance. Have we actually voted on the motions that we amended? Because we have voted on the amendments, but we haven't then dealt with those items as amended.
Okay, so when you amend something, you amend the substantive motion.
Yeah.
So the motion is fundamentally altered by the amendment and that becomes a new substantive motion as amended.
Yes, but then when we originally voted on the en bloc motions, that was before that.
Yes, they were carried. We voted on that
Yes.
separately.
So now we've just voted on the motions that were unamended, but we
Yes.
haven't voted
We
on.
voted as we went with the amendments, as we would
We
normally
voted on
do.
the amendments,
Yes,
but we didn't vote on the substantive as amended.
we've done it by breaking it down. So rather than voting on the whole motion,
I
we've
know,
broken it into.
but well,
Okay, no.
if
it's-
I'm just doesn't.
No, I take the point. Like, I do think that perhaps you're, no, sorry. I think that because they have amended the substantive, that is actually confusing. Do we need to now support the whole resolution as put? Governance, please.
For just to make sure that we have, for clarity, if we have a motion to adopt
Okay, yes.
the amended motions in total
Yeah, so look, we have a motion
as
before us,
substantive.
which is made up of those that were moved on block, those items that have been amended, and those items that were not amended that have been voting on. So I'm going to put the entire as amended substantive motion to you all now. All those in favour? All those against? Well, I've put the vote, it's too late. Are you voting for or against? Okay, we have Councillor Alexander voting against. I'm moving straight on to Harold Street, 10.1, response to petition. Can I have a mover and seconder for this item, please? Moved by Councillor Gontaszewski, seconded by Councillor Loden.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. I will allow others to speak, but there's an amendment on the green before you. Ultimately, I think this is a unique situation and I understand the concerns raised by the residents. It was actually, despite the heat, it was a really good opportunity to stand on Harold Street and see some of the traffic issues that were there when Mayor Cole administration representatives and myself met with residents. I do appreciate that this unique situation, I believe, warrants undertaking consultation about implementing residential only parking zone. And I'll speak to the amendment after the seconders had a chance to speak.
Councillor Loden, no speaking. Anyone wish to speak to the substantive before I go to the amendment? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. I feel that we've had some transition in the infrastructure and environment area, and as a result, we've potentially seen a deviation from what I would see as expected process. Whilst council has uses data to inform its decision making in relation to intersection treatments around black spot funding, council does consult with residents and road users about the design that has been proposed to address the safety issue. This is primarily so that residents have the opportunity to talk to impact of a proposed design that could then be mitigated with modification or change if required. So I think that whilst I note that administration's response talks to this is an approved 22-23 capital works project, I believe when I spoke to the adoption of the capital works project in this year's budget, I specifically said that I wasn't going to go through line by line and identify the appropriate level of consultation or community engagement required for each capital works item, and that I would trust that the community and stakeholder engagement policy would be implemented as appropriately. So it does concern me when I see that simply because council has allocated some funds for a road treatment, they have decided that they would not consult residents and road users that would be impacted by that road treatment, and they would press ahead regardless. And so I have inserted a proposed recommendation 5 just to receive a report at the conclusion of consultation. I'm particularly concerned about this in that I have note that the residents of Harold Street West of Beaufort Street have requested consideration of a road treatment in terms of traffic movements on Harold Street that could then be effectively made pointless or that could be problematic if they're not able to be considered at the same time. I also note that there was community consultation undertaken on Lord Street, and I think it would be appropriate for that to come back to council as well, in line with our community and stakeholder engagement strategy. Thanks.
Councillors, any? Oh, sorry, seconder, yes. You don't wish to? Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Just both the amendment and the substantive doesn't have any timing issues around when these reports would come back to council. Given it's a safety issue, the question to administration is when can we have some indicative timing on this? Because, like I said, it relates to a safety issue. So I think, can we get some guidance on that?
Through the chair, the timing of the Black Spot project on Harold Street is to be delivered before June 30th of this year, and so the project needs to be completed by then.
Would administration have any problem with a further amendment to put that timing in?
Through the chair, if the project wasn't to be delivered this financial year, we would potentially have to give the funds back to Main Roads and then see what timing would suit the delivery of the project if the design was to be changed.
Manager, are you saying that this amendment would have implications for the project being able to be delivered, or the funding would have to be returned? Or are you confident that this could be dealt with and reported back to council before the end of the financial year?
Through the chair, if we had to go back out and further consult with residents on the design, the Black Spot funding would potentially need to be given back to Main Roads, and then whatever was designed holistically, including any further traffic calming, would need to be delivered at a later date.
May I just ask a question? In your response, you've noted that to go back out to community on the proposed design. Can you please confirm the dates that community consultation on the proposed design was undertaken? I just didn't come across my radar at that time, but certainly came across my radar when lines went down on the road.
Through the chair, I believe the application for the Black Spot project was back in 2019. I just don't have the details of what was consulted to residents back then. The plan was to inform residents on the Black Spot project moving forward with the current design, which was planned within the next coming weeks. So that's the consultation that's planned currently for the project.
Given that this has been relatively contentious, because we've seen that arise by the line markings going on before Inform happened, would that not mean that having some form of consultation may be a better approach?
Through the chair, yes, we can certainly consult further with residents. Generally, if we do collaboratively consult with the residents, it's a 21-day period to do that. And then if the design changed, we're just run out of time to complete the project as agreed with Main Roads through their funding mechanism. So yeah, we would just need to, it would just be at risk of not being able to deliver the project with the current Main Roads funding.
Councillor Hallett and then Councillor Castle.
Is there a mechanism to request an extension from Main Roads as opposed to withdrawing it completely?
Through the chair, yes, there is a mechanism to extend the project. I'm not sure by how much, maybe 3 or 6 months. Generally, these would be warranted on constraints of, like, if we had services to relocate or some other technical issues. I could put it towards the Main Roads group to consider, but again, I couldn't be sure of Main Roads accepting this as a legitimate variation on the time to be delivered.
I have a question regarding administration's comment on the amendment. It states that there's currently no ability to influence a decision, and therefore that's why inform is the level of engagement required. Can you just explain that? Is administration saying that the community can have no input into the design?
Through the chair, the black spot projects are a safety project. So Main Roads treat crashes at intersections, and through the process, the design is chosen on a cost-benefit ratio. So the design would be completed through that mechanism. The current design is for a left-out turn only onto Beaufort Street from Harold Street. So we're at a stage now that we're in the final stages of, well, the design is now approved and we were gearing up to start the delivery of the project. So we just don't have enough time to make these changes to the design, and Main Roads wouldn't change that design and give the current funding. So we would need to potentially give the money back and redesign it and then reapply for funding if that was the case.
So is the reason that there's no ability to influence at this point because we didn't consult on it earlier when there may have been options to present to the community?
Through the chair, there is an opportunity to collaboratively consult before the application goes into Main Roads. So each year in July, we submit black spot projects for consideration to Main Roads. That would be the time to collaboratively consult the community with proposed designs to go to Main Roads with, yes.
Councillors, any further debate? I've asked a question, but look, I think from my perspective, I do support the amendment. I understand what you're saying about the plan, etc. But given that we've already road marked it and that sort of created some unrest in the community, I think that we do need to do this. So I'm just speaking in support of the amendment. I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? That's adopted unanimously. We're back to the substantive. Any further comments? I'll just say thank you very much to Louise and Mark and the Harold Street Action Group. I'm sorry that you've had to wait so long this evening. You've chosen a meeting, or you didn't choose it, to where the AGM motions were dealt with, which it does make for a long item. Just like to thank you for bringing your street together and putting this forward. I just do want to add, I know you've requested that we move straight to residential parking. It's so unique that we actually do this. It's such a, it's not a regular type of parking restriction that we put in place. It is quite unique for these circumstances. I think in the briefing notes it talked about the history of last decisions made, and they were quite some time before. So I do agree that the consultation is necessary. It's often just a really useful way to, usually if you go and do something on the street and you haven't asked, practice will be that we do consult. It will be part of our consultation framework that on changes such as this that we do consult. So we'd have to be stepping outside of that framework and guidance as well. So just thank you very much, and look forward to having some improvements on your street, because we know it is a very busy street just off Beaufort Street there. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour? I declare that carried. What about Murray, we have dealt with that. It was, well, Murray, the motion was adopted as recommended. I can't revisit the AGM motions. We can talk to you about that. I'm not interacting with, I'm sorry, this is the council meeting. Public question time is finished. It's been adopted as recommended. That council has not pulled that out for debate. They've decided to accept the recommendation from administration on that item. Okay. So we'll move now to 9.2, which is 103 to 105 Summer Street, Perth, and number 34 Sheraton Street, Perth. Proposed change of use to childcare premises. Amendment to approve to incorporate a change of use from single house to childcare premises, including alterations and additions. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by councillor Iapolo, seconded by councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question which came in from a resident today, so I just wanted to clarify it to administration. So the understanding is that the extension of the second property will form part of the childcare, and that result will increase the capacity of the childcare by 27 children and 3 staff on top of the existing 60. The question that the resident raised was it's their understanding, and from the information there, that only 6 parking bays is what is going to service this potentially 18 staff and 90 children. So I just wanted to clarify that, if that's been correct.
Through you, Mayor Cole, that is correct.
And it does talk about in the deemed to comply on this one. It talks about it not being deemed to comply in relation to being able to exit the parking in forward drive. But are we saying, I just want to get clarity, this is what the resident's question is are we actually saying that the only having 6 parking bays for a childcare for 90 people is satisfying the deemed to comply provisions in relation to the number of parking? Just want to get clarity on that.
Through you, Mayor Cole, the existing childcare premises onto Summer Street has been approved by council previously for 63 children and their 15 staff, and that was approved with 4 car parking bays provided. So that was approved and enacted and operational for some time now. The subject proposal is to utilise the property to the rear of that site that fronts onto 34 Sheraton Street, which is an existing single house, and to convert that into an expansion effectively of that same childcare premises. Now that would enable an increase in the number of children attending the premises by 27, so from 63 up to the 90, as you quoted previously, and also 3 additional staff. And the subject proposal intends to provide 2 additional car parking bays onto Sheraton Street. The single house that exists has hard stand area to that front setback area, and they are simply seeking to convert that hard stand area from resident parking associated with the single house to 2 visitor car parking bays.
I'm supportive of the childcare centre and the extension because it serves the community. My last question is to administration, which is what the resident concern is, with only having 6 parking bays, 90 children and cars not being able to, that will having to reverse out of a parking bay, that they're worried that this could cause a safety issue. And I just want to get it tabled, administration's perspective, that from its perspective, it believes that there's no safety issues or risks here, because God forbid, if this gets approved and a child is run over, because of the state of the parking, I just want to make sure that we're okay with what we're actually endorsing.
Through you, Mayor Cole, we did seek clarification from our traffic engineers in terms of being safe in use. The standard that appears in the city's built form policy for forward gear that you're referring to just covers all commercial developments, irrespective of the scale, the size, location. Ordinarily, if you had a large format car parking area, it is safe in use to exit in forward gear because of the volume of cars and such. The subject proposal is a bit different. It's 2 car parking bays and they are immediately adjacent to the street front at 90 degrees. And as part of the assessment, we ensure that there are pedestrian paths from either side of those parking bays directly to the entry of the premises. So that was factored in, that was considered by the city's DRP as well, and that was supported.
On that basis, I won't request, I would have liked to have seen more parking bays here. But on the basis that that administration's position is that it's not a relevant planning consideration and that there's no safety risk, then I guess I'll be supporting it subject to other councillors' comments.
Councillors, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Wallace is which one?
I don't have much to add, sorry. Thanks to admin for the report, and I support the recommendation as written.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, any further debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Declare the item carried. That takes us next to item 10.2, request for tender, i.e. 190 of 2022 North Perth Town Hall toilet and kitchen renewal. Moved by Councillor Opolo, seconded by Councillor Loden.
Thank you, Mayor. I expressed at the briefing session that I was a bit concerned that we had a tender that was worth $247,000 and only one competitive bid or party that chose to actually put forward a tender. I guess that's okay if no one wants to do it, but given that it was only 68% weighted based on our own criteria, my question to administration is what would that percentage have to fall beneath before it wouldn't accept a tender, a single tender of this size, and that it would then rerun the process?
Deputy Mayor.
Through the chair, it would depend on a project by project scenario and the risks associated with each of those projects. I think 68% at a B+ isn't a bad outcome on this particular project, given the level of risk involved. It's a fairly standard project to deliver.
So you're saying that the percentage wouldn't be relevant in this situation, that if that score came in at 20%, for example, with one tenderer at a $250,000 project, is that, I just want to try to understand for future when it is that we would say, you know what, we're not sure if this is competitive in terms of price because there's only one, and its own rating that we gave the tender in terms of the meeting the requirements of the tender are too low, that we would actually say, let's not accept this and let's actually go out and try another round.
Through the chair, essentially the assessment criteria provides responses in respect to whether it's an acceptable and a good value outcome for the city or not. And clearly, if it didn't result in good value to the city, that we wouldn't proceed with it. So it would be depending on what the outcome was. In respect to this particular project, it's noted that in the attachment, which I don't think it matters that I speak to it, the respondent demonstrated a clear understanding of the requirements of the project, have very good capability and capacity, and gave the panel assurance they could complete the works to the level required within the required timeframes at low risk and within budget. That suggests to me that that outcome is acceptable.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get it. So you're saying that the 68%, there's no number. That's the answer to my question.
Councillor, if I could provide some clarification, I don't believe that the city's tendering policy sets a specific threshold in relation to like the non-mandatory items. If a tenderer did not meet the mandatory items, then they obviously wouldn't be able to proceed, but that ultimately administration makes an assessment of the percentages and the weightings or the tender panel, and then that is put forward to council. So I believe that there is no hard and fast line that would be applicable to each project that you can be pointed towards. If there was, it would probably be in our tendering policy.
So thank you for clarifying that, acting presiding member. So the percentage is irrelevant in some senses. Just for me, that it doesn't matter. It's about the recommendation from administration, and if they recommend it based on it being only one, whether that is 68% or something else, it's more about the recommendation. And I guess councillors can't rely on or place too much significance on the actual percentage. That's what I'm getting from that. Thanks.
Through the chair, if I can just clarify, if we had multiple tenderers, that would give a point of clarification between which was the highest weighted and most acceptable tenderer versus the lowest.
Councillor Loden. Then I'll put it. All those in favour? Motion's carried. Let us return to item 9.5, the minor amendment to the MRS Leederville Parade Primary Regional Road. May I have a... Yes. May I have a mover? No, 9.5, not Audit Committee. Do I have a mover for this item? I believe Councillor Iapolo, did you have an amendment on the table? So would you like to move this item? Otherwise, anyone else can. Okay, moved Councillor Iapolo, seconded Councillor Loden. Councillor Iapolo. Okay, does the seconder wish to speak? Okay, Councillor Iapolo, would you like to move your amendment?
Yes, can I move this amendment?
Could, for the purpose of the public record, could you just read out what it is? I don't have my white paper here.
The white paper, that a new recommendation 3 be inserted as follows: instructs administration to seek a land valuation that both includes and excludes the primary regional road reserve to understand the value comparison.
So what's the status of the amendment? Just been moved. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Loden.
Yeah, I think it's self-explanatory. I don't need to put more.
Councillor Loden. Can I just ask a question? Given that we're dealing with an MRS amendment and that land value is not a valid planning consideration, I don't have a problem with the instructing administration to seek a land value, but I just wanted to understand the implications of having a planning matter where the city is making a decision from a planning perspective and an amendment which is going to a different process, which is about the potential sale or value of the land, because I do wonder whether there is a question of some sort of impartiality in dealing with the MRS amendment on the basis of planning considerations.
Through Mayor Cole, ultimately what's presented to the Commission when we if council supports the MRS amendment won't include that resolution. We're taking that resolution as a separate instruction for administration, probably relating to a separate matter. But I guess there is a risk that the WAPC or the officers would see that and think that the two things are conflated. That's the reason why administration's comment is clear at the end, noting that it's not relevant to the scheme amendments. We've tried to mitigate that risk. And ultimately, we wouldn't be sending that part of the recommendation or resolution to the Commission.
My next question is whether this is necessary, because I thought we'd already sought valuations on the different parcels of land with or without encumbrances.
Through Mayor Cole, that's our intent. We haven't done that yet. We'll be doing that tomorrow after the evaluation panel has done their evaluation of all the detail, so that we have all the information for that valuation with all the encumbrances that we become aware of at the end of our evaluation.
So in effect, this is happening.
It is happening, correct.
Okay. I just will speak against this amendment, not because I disagree with the intent, not because the city isn't doing it, but because I do have a fundamental principle around conflating our two different hats here, that we are making a decision on the MRS amendment in terms of the Planning and Development Act and our role as planning decision makers. And then we have another role, which is about land ownership. And I don't believe the two should be conflated. I think that if an officer of the DPLH was to go back to the council resolution and pull out our report, which is publicly available. That would just make me uncomfortable, and I don't think it's good practice. So I don't support the amendment from a planning-based perspective. Any further debate? Councillor Gontaszewski.
Can I just please, I'm sorry, it's 9:58, actually it's 10 o'clock, but I zoned out marginally, just to confirm that this valuation will occur whether or not this amendment is passed.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further debate? I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried unanimously. Lost. Sorry, I declare that lost unanimously. It's very late. We're back to the substantive motion. Is there any further debate? Okay, can I please, I'll put the vote to you to deal with the motion as recommended by administration. All those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously. Okay, I think that just leaves one item. I'm hoping that we can deal with this very quickly because we have passed 10 o'clock. And that is item 12.7, report and minutes of the audit committee held on the 2nd of March, 2023.
Just to note 12.1 as well, because it's
Sorry,
an absolute majority.
which one?
12.1 as well.
Oh, sorry. Somehow I've scribbled over that one. 12.1. Okay, we'll
Let it
go.
slide this time there.
Okay, so I have already got a mover for. Sorry, I've got a seconder for. Need a seconder for item 12.7, seconded by Councillor Loden. Councillor Iapolo.
The only reason I flagged this to discuss was that there were some changes that hadn't been made, but I just want confirmation from administration that the two changes that it had already agreed to, which were inaccurate, has been amended.
Yes, through the chair, we have corrected those inaccuracies and refreshed on the website.
Anything further? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Wallace, would you like to vote? You're in. We've still got our hands in there. That's carried. Okay, I missed 12.1, but it is an absolute majority decision. City of Vincent ordinary election, 21st of October 2023, appointment of the Electoral Commissioner to conduct the election by postal vote. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Loden, seconded by Councillor Castle. Councillor Loden, Councillor Castle, any debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Just double checking that I haven't missed anything else. That conducts all business for the evening. So thank you very much, everyone. We got through it, and I declare the meeting closed at 10:02 p.m.